Very good. I'm excited. It's going to be a great year. Starting very shortly.
Hello and welcome to New Zealand for the first World Cup of the FREESKI calendar in the 2024-2025 season. And it is also the first event of the Olympic qualifying cycle ahead of Milan in 2026. We've got the world's best male and female free skiers just starting to warm up in the Cardrona halfpipe here in central Otago, New Zealand's southern lakes. And after some difficult weather this week, the pipe has been in perfect condition the last couple of days. Sat in the commentary box with me, I have one of the most stylish men ever to step out of Tamworth in the United Kingdom, Mr. Tom Greenway. How you doing, Tom?
Good, thank you, Ed. Doing all good. Yeah, really excited to see what the first World Cup of the qualification for Milan has to offer.
Snow conditions, air temperature 2, snow -1, a little bit overcast, but that wind, it's breezy across the pipe, but not too strong out there, is it?
Not too strong, no. There's a bit of cloud hanging over, but nothing these guys can't handle.
Yeah, it's a full packed schedule today. 2 heats of men and then 1 heat of women at around 11. Very famous pipe, this one.
Incredibly famous, yeah. A lot of good skiers come out of New Zealand, come out of Cardrona pipe especially.
Yeah, and it's been named after those 4 Wells boys. The Wells pipe, you can also argue that it's been named after Bruce, the dad, but Jossie, Byron, Bo and Wacko all cutting their teeth in this pipe. And it's got quite a view out there. It's just off to the side of the resort. It's got its own little tote. We've got all the judges tucked away in their booth. It'll be their job to pick out our finalists from today. Not an easy task with the calibre of skier we've got. And I think it's worth saying, Tom, at this stage that everyone going to be knocking the rust off after that off-season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this halfpipe hasn't been up for too long either with snow conditions in New Zealand this season so far. So everyone's going to be feeling a little bit rusty, but this is what they do, so...
Yep, and the thing that's going to stand out to you here is the number of stars and stripes you see in both heats. Aaron Durlester, Burke Irving, Alex Ferreira, the Crystal Globe winner, in reigning X Games champion. Perfect season for him in 2024. Bennett Ballo, Evan Wishmayer, like so many Americans. I actually worked it out that you could lock out the entire final, theoretically, with Americans.
Theoretically, yeah.
But definitely worth keeping an eye. The Canadians have brought a strong team over, and there is such a strong legacy of pipe riding in New Zealand. We mentioned the Wells brothers, Jossie, Bo and Byron. Jackson, less of a heavy hitter in pipe, more slope and creative content riding, but they've slipstreamed through those really strong pipe riders in Miguel Porteous, Nico Porteous, and then the generation we're seeing behind them as well.
Yeah, it's all feeding through now with Finn Melville-Lives, Cooper Breen, all young guns coming up.
Yeah, you've got Liam Richards, who grew up in this pipe but has just crossed over to GB, a bit like Chamber Mazit Brown, the snowboarder in slopestyle. So there's a couple of people have cut out, but it's a sign of just how many talented skiers and snowboarders New Zealand's got at the moment, that you're seeing people make the choice to change countries because they're not going to get a look in with their generation.
No, I mean, it's such a cutthroat environment, especially as a young guy growing up now. So smart decision from some people to move over to a different nationality and give it their best.
The other skier we didn't mention in there as well, Gustav Legnavsky.
Oh,
the
Olympian.
Powerhouse. Junior World Champ in 2022. He's going to be in here as well. So blue lines are on, overcast. You just want that definition. So the blue paint guys are out there. You ever got any of that on your hands?
Not for me, no.
It's horrendous.
Got it all over my clothes before, but not on the skin.
Yeah. Face paint, it's not. It doesn't come off for about 4 days. But it is all natural. It doesn't poison anything once it melts into the water supply with the pipe. So it's very permanent, but not non-toxic. So you can see that classic clock tower up in the top right-hand side of the screen. That tells you that we're at Cardrona Alpine Resort and we're about to get this World Cup underway. Big Air Aaron Durlester out of Mammoth is going to be the first skier in. Managed to get an 8th in Mammoth on home snow. You can see Ben Harrington up there. A couple of the crew just starting to warm themselves up. One of the purveyors of that New Zealand Snow Sports New Zealand team, Tom Wilmot there in black.
Luca Harrington supporting his brother and the fellow Kiwis as well, standing in the start gate.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because the biggest name for New Zealand always, and he's drawing a bit of a crowd out here, you could see his mum, Chris, in the corner, is Nico Porteous. But one World Cup between Beijing in 2022 and now. He knows, I always say that with Nico, he knows when to push and when to rest, and he's really kicked back, hasn't he?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, after the gold medal in Beijing, he took that slam, did his knee. Watching him recover from that and then go straight into a full street part outside of halfpipe was incredible. And yeah, one World Cup back, coming back to home turf in Cardrona with all his family watching, it must be a pretty special moment. And
I think as well with Nico, we've seen him, I saw him unrealistic at the end of last season, well, the Northern Hemisphere season. And he was really, very often pipe riders get locked into that pipe mentality and the world of pipe. It's quite an isolating experience sometimes, but Nico's been out there getting so creative.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely more of an all-terrain vehicle than a half-pipe specialist, and that's really, really good to see him use his skills outside of the pipe, but I'm sure we'll see a bit of flair in his run coming up this morning.
Okay, well, there is Chris, his mum, alongside Luke Hetzel, performance director from Snow Sports. Oh, look, it must be a big day. Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott down at the bottom of the pipe as well. So just lining up the playlist there. Cool Wakashima's down there. Lion Farrell, Laura Wotton.
The whole Kiwi team in full force.
Yeah, they're all out for support today, aren't they? A lot of solidarity amongst the Kiwis. Waiting to see what can get thrown down out here. Yeah, everyone looks pretty relaxed. I think we talked about it. Qualifying, long off season. This pipe hasn't been up long. We're not going to see gigantic runs in qualies.
You wouldn't think so, especially given the off season. First World Cup of the season is always a scary one for everyone, let alone in the half pipe. So,
but we have had 2 days of near perfect practice.
We have, yeah. Just before the storm rolls in this weekend.
So, looking at the weather forecast, unlikely to see finals tomorrow, but Sunday still looks possible, doesn't it? So,
does look promising, yeah. And the half pipe being a little bit more sheltered and less exposed could play into our hands, but only time will tell.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things to talk about as well, in terms of height, this is a gigantic pipe, but in terms of length, it's one of the more compact. And I always think that plays, it's going to be a really interesting one. For the guys who are going biggest out here, it might be a 3-hit pipe.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, a lot of these people grow up skiing in the Lax half pipe, the longest one in the world, so there'll be a bit of adjustment to make to come into the Cardrona one and still lay down the same run as they'd like.
Yeah, running mound to the end of the pipe, this one's 205 metres. You've got 160 metres of coping or full-size wall. Larks is 220 metres. Okay. And they're travelling, I think, flat bottom to flat bottom through each trick is around, it's between 40 and 50 metres for each person. So it'll be, yeah, I think you'll see it's a difficult one. I always think the hardest trick in pipe is going massive.
Certainly, and the scariest.
Yeah, and for that reason alone, it should be the ultimate multiplier. Like 4 tricks, yeah, you're getting 4 tricks in, but if you can squeeze 4 tricks in, it means you're probably not going huge. So it's a difficult one for the judges to pull apart and score those runs, but we'll see how it comes out in the wash. We'll be looking for, I know over the last season and a half in World Cups, the judges have been prioritising massively execution.
Execution is key now. I mean, spin to win is becoming such a big thing in ski and snowboard, but watching people execute things perfectly is really what's going to stand them apart. I think a lot of people would say they'd rather see a nice, clean, lower spinning trick than a hooked 16, for example. But
yeah, back-seated with a couple of hand drags. Yeah, and I think one of the other things, and we're going to focus on it really hard here, is there's Nico sat down. He's looked really relaxed in practice, hasn't he?
Incredibly relaxed. Yeah.
Couple of, like, I've seen it in snowboarding before where people surf a half pipe. You don't often see it in skiing, but Nico surfs this pipe.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely surfs a pipe. You'll see him lay down the inside edge turn in practice. It was really, really cool to watch, and still maintain speed through the rest of the pipe. It's incredibly impressive, and a true transition rider right there.
Yeah, true. I was about to say true mastery of the transition. Got a glimpse there of Kazuma Saka as well, one of the local kids who's going to be forerunning for us. We'll get to see what he's got in the pipe. Take a look down this heat list, though. Who stands out to you? Who do you think we're going to see big runs from, Tom?
So, I mean, you've obviously got Nico and Burke Irvin as well, a super, super stylish half-pipe skier, along with Nico. The name sticking out for me is Sam Baumgartner, down in 16th to drop. Ex-slopestyle and big air skier, recently transitioned into half-pipe. It's been really, really cool to see the immensely fast progress that he's had over the last 2 years. So, yeah, it'd be really, really exciting to watch. And having overcome some serious injury over the last couple of years is it's really good to see him back.
I mean, Alex Ferreira's in here as well, coming off the back of a perfect season. Him and Eileen Gu both. I mean, Eileen lost one because I think it was Mammoth they took the qualifying score. So she didn't have a chance to put the hammer down. So she's got a second, the only blemish in an otherwise perfect season. But for Alex Ferreira, he was immaculate start to finish. He won every World Cup he entered, and he won X Games.
Just a perfect season, isn't it?
30 years old, though. Okay, so first of our forerunners getting ready. I think that might be Riley Hine, is it? Not sure. No. Wearing the classic New Zealand uniform, dark grey pants, black helmet, black hoodie. So forerunner A in, just giving us a taste of what this pipe will look like.
Nice flare to start us off there on the first wall. Going long on the second straight air. Cork 9, nice work.
Plenty of definition through there as well at the moment. It's good to see. So, first forerunner, getting a taste of elite level pipe competition. In front of, as we saw before, a pretty stellar audience. So, 20 riders in this first heat.
Big Air Aaron giving his teammates some dapping up before he goes into his first World Cup of the season.
Kazuma Saka, just having a quick word with Richie Date there.
Just have a look at the length of Kazu's poles. Don't often see that in half-pipe skiing, but
they're proper free ride poles, aren't they?
they are. Adds a nice little bit of flair.
Looks like they're going to get things underway. No second forerunner. Luca Harrington just stood there in the absence of a coach. Luca Harrington filling in for Big Air Aaron. So, Aaron Durlester got that bronze at the Junior World Championships in 2019 in Lausanne. Stepped up to the World Cups, though. Dropping in now to open the 25 season. The Mammoth local pops around to switch.
Nice switch cork 10 there on the first hit. Into an alley-oop double flat 7. Nice Japan grab. And the switch over flip. Going huge.
Popped out off the wall as well. That was a big, big hit there.
Horrible to see that. I hope he's all right.
He had a lot of amplitude.
I wonder if this cloud is just playing into their heads a little bit with the visibility out there, but
yeah. He's got a decent walk back up for that other pole. Good to see him up and on his feet, though. It looked like he took a big old digger right on his front there, so landed so flat. In pipe, you've got such small margins. If you think about a slope-style jump or a big air jump, and the landing has a margin for error of around 35 metres, you can go long or short and you'll still squeak into the landing. On the pipe, you want to meet that transition or the curve of the half pipe at the very top. And for every 10 centimetres that you're away from that lip, you're dropping 40, 50 centimetres down into the pipe. So if like that, you're half a metre off the lip, you're dropping 3-4 metres.
I mean, under popping or over popping out of the pipe is either way going to lead to a harsher impact than you'd like. So it's incredibly strenuous for these boys out there, but got to be remaining super strong in the transition to be able to maintain that speed. Glad to see Aaron up and well after that.
Yeah. So next in, Ben Harrington. Out of Wanaka, just missed the podium at the World Championships in 2023 with a 5th place. He's actually born in Dunedin. His dad, Greg, a legendary mogul skier, became coach of both Luca and Ben. He's rocking that sweet moustache.
Another guy who's dealt with some serious injuries over the years, so good to see him healthy and back for his home competition.
Okay, so deep breath there. You see him just settling himself. He had that massive crash, didn't he? Second run of the Olympics as well.
That was huge. Horrific to watch.
Okay, best result in the World Cup is the 6th from Mammoth back in 2022.
Opted in for the right side of the wall this time. Alley-oop double flat 7 with a high safety. Switch down the pipe, cork 7 blunt. Right side 9 lead tail, showing both directions there. And the left dub 12, first dub 12 we see of the contest.
Just sneaked into the transition as well, didn't
Only
he? But
just.
there was no I don't think there was any contact with his shoulder or the arm on the right-hand side there.
I don't think so. Maybe just a slight touch with his bum, but
Beautiful amplitude as well. Going so big there. He had a lot of height to play with. I reckon we could see a decent score on that one. So we'll wait for that one to come in for Ben Harrington. As Burke Irving, Winter Park local out of Colorado, actually won the last World Cup here back in 2019. Been consistently top 5 since then.
Crystal Globe winner last year as well, worth mentioning.
Yeah. Loves that Mammoth pipe. He's had a couple of wins there. There is
Fist bumps
big results.
all round for the coaches.
Okay. Dropping in, left-hand side of the wall.
Switch into the first hit. Switch, cork 7 blunt, held in that grab for so long.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Right 9 lead tail. Into the signature dub 14 that he does so well. Switch right 7, delivering all 4 directions already. And finishes it off with a flat 3.
That will be
very good.
There's the switch 7 maybe is a little light spot, but as you said, like that's probably a qualifying thing. He could definitely strengthen that
For sure.
when he goes to a push run and 4 different directions of rotation.
And just the grab definition throughout the entire run is extremely commendable. The judges will really enjoy seeing that.
Okay, so we've got a 60.25 on the board for Ben Harrington. Put you on the spot, Tom. Do you reckon Burke Irving's going better than that?
I think he must do.
Yeah.
Just the cleanliness of the entire run, it's got to put him up top for now. Nico Porteous in the start gate, though.
Yep, as we said earlier on, Nico's first run in a World Cup since 2023. Came back from that ACL after the Beijing Olympics. But he's been so strong, and he's just been exploring different corners of the skiing landscape. But now he's back in the pipe to kick off that Milan qualifying cycle for 2026.
One of the most exciting skiers to watch in the halfpipe. Already look at the drop-in that he's going to take. As you said, surf in the pipe.
Switch 50-50, I'm calling that.
Switch 7 into the right 9 lead safety. And the signature carved back onto the same wall.
Absolutely glorious.
And the nose button 9, that is a trick you do not see in half-pipe very often.
Really, really good fun there from Nico Porteous. Can't wait to see the judges try and put a number on that.
I mean, to carve back and hit the same wall and throw a nose button 9 at the end of the run, that's going to be a tough one for them to manage.
Yeah, it's totally out of the realm of their scorecard. The judges will have set parameters like, okay, these tricks, these combos, and then plus your overall impression. I'd love to see a score breakdown of OI there. But we'll wait for that one to come in. Meanwhile, Burke Irving's put an 81.25 on the board. So a big, big score for him. Nico Porteous comes in with a 50.25. The number might not be big, but the happiness vibes it passed out to anyone who was watching are massive.
The grin on his face as he left the pipe was huge.
Thoroughly enjoyed that.
Dylan Ladd dropping in on the left-hand side wall switch. Switch down the pipe cork 7, Japan. Into the right 12 with the double grab, just getting slightly stuck up on the landing. Left 10. Not going so high on that, maybe struggling to hold some amplitude. And the flat 5 at the end.
So, solid there from Dylan Ladd. He's been consistently making finals in 2024, so feel like getting a score on the board. Good strategy from him. Just put that run down, get the score, and then you can start pushing second run.
Worth mentioning his brothers in the contest as well in the second heat. Do you reckon they're going to be competitive between each other?
Sibling rivalry? Are you joking? They're definitely, I reckon they'll be at each other's throats. Well, good that they're in opposite heats. They're not going toe-to-toe quite yet. Finals they could be, though. Okay, next up, Andrew Longino out of Calgary, Alberta. Actually started his World Cup journey here in New Zealand in 2019. Dropping in on that left-hand wall.
Taking some pace. Switch, dub 10.
Lovely start.
Pole plant in the right 9 there. Nice bit of flair. Dub 12. Safety grab. Mirroring the trick. Right dub 12 with a mute. He'll be pleased with that.
I am such a massive fan of reflection runs in pipe. Some of the best runs you'll ever see are when, I feel like when you've got switch or left and right variations. Forwards and switch, left and right variations of the same tricks. It's just glorious.
Certainly. And to have them done so well in execution comparatively to each other is really, really good skill to have.
It's you're basically pulling the Joker out of your pack in front of the judges, aren't you? Like, check this out. Okay, another set of brothers, this time twins. Evan Marino out of Calgary again. Another one of those guys at Calgary Olympic Park. And well, when you look at the Canadians, when you look at the Canadians, it's Calgary Olympic Park. When you look at the Americans, it's Aspen with that big super pipe. When you look at the Europeans, it's usually Larks. And it's the same down here in New Zealand. When you look at NZ, it's the Cardrona pipe. That is where pipe legends are born. So Evan Marino got 13th at the World Champs in Aspen on home snow. Not home snow, sorry. In 2021. One of the few riders dropping in on the right-hand side.
Taking the switch right 9. Just whiffing the grab a little bit there. Into the other way, switch dub 10. Right cork 9. And a nice dub 12.
Oh, just wonder if we saw Ben Harrington do it, if you need a bit more pop off that sunny, that's the sunny wall, and it's had a bit of action.
It definitely gets a bit more sun affected, that right-hand side wall.
So it can potentially, what happens is the vert just drops away, it melts out a bit at the top of the pipe, and you need to pop a little bit more down at the end there. But I think further up, he'd also lost a little bit of amplitude.
Yes, certainly.
Okay, the man who won every single pipe contest he entered in the last season up in the Northern Hemisphere. 5 World Cups, 1 X Games, first place in every single event. The perfect season for Alex Ferreira. What can he do here in NZ?
Switch cork 10 blunt. Really nice start. Huge right dub 12 mute. Really showing amplitude there. Left cork 10. mirroring the switch 10s like he did at the start, and a dub 12 at the bottom.
Oh, and just dropped out the sky to stomp that last 12.
No pole swing on the run out, so maybe he's not too pleased with that.
Oh, the signature claim.
The signature.
Then again, it's first run of qualifying. It's early to start claiming. What I loved about that run, though, couple of those tricks we saw brought in perfectly at the top of the transition. He knew exactly where he was in the pipe, and that saw him carry so much speed. Okay, back up to the top, out of Gifu, into Tomo Matsura, Japanese national champ. Got an ANC win here in 2019. It's his only career win, so he's got happy memories of NZ.
Switch left into the first wall, cork 1080. Right cork 9, lead tail.
Oh, just rolled over the top of that, didn't he?
Almost looked like a bit of a malfunction with his bindings there as well. Horrible thing to happen in the first run of a World Cup.
Yeah, uphill ski as he was coming across the flats, and you see the bindings still closed there. Maybe twisted out the front. It's odd. It gives the little lift of the ski.
Oh, he just jolted, maybe caught a little snow snake or something.
Yeah, something jumped up and bit him, didn't it? Oh, I'll be disappointed with that. Pressure on for those second runs. Just 2 runs here in qualifying. So, K.O. McCarthy. Out of the US, Steamboat Springs. He's actually got a GoFundMe page set up if you fancy helping him fulfill his World Cup dream this season. Drives in. One of the few riders we've seen coming forwards first hit.
Huge left 9 on the first wall there. Backed up with the right dub 12 mute.
Big numbers up top.
And the left cork 10 blunt. Switch right 7 mute grab. What can he finish off with? Lovely cork 5.
Now, he's got some great tricks in there, but there was a bit of repetition in terms of rotation direction.
A little bit of repetition, and the grabs weren't super defined either.
Yeah, there's so much to think about when you're building a pipe run, but let's not forget these guys are just hammering through this pipe, and it's such an incremental process building a pipe run, isn't it? Like, you need to think about, is that high mute?
It was a high mute.
Yeah, so he's got he's not, his hands are at least away from his feet, but
He definitely didn't play it safe, trying to grab safety or any of those tricks, which shows some confidence to have out there.
Right now, Alex Ferreira has moved up into the top spot, while Keita Takashi drops in.
The left side, alley-oop flat 7, really nice trick there. Switch left cork 7.
Just a little bit low on that amplitude. We talked about this at the start. It's all about height. And the fact that he's struggling, like he's only just over the coping there. It's such a big... It's a red flag to the judges. They use that amplitude or the height the skiers are getting out of the pipe as the multiplier. But Toma just giving him a little knuckles there for Keita. Keita's never made World Cup finals, so that's one that he'll keep an eye on.
The young boy, Cooper Breen, 2009. Maybe the youngest in the start list.
Yeah, just 15 years old, but he's already done 2 years of elite level competition. He's got a lot of experience for a kid of his age.
And very good style. Really, really nice to watch.
Yeah, he skis a bit of everything. Pipe's his natural home, but he can ski slope and big air.
Left cork 9 tail to start. Mirroring cork 9s in the first 2 hits. And the left 10. Switch right 5. And switch left 7.
Lovely, quiet style through that run. The amazing thing about Cooper as well, he's 15. He's just starting. I reckon he's about 25 centimetres taller than when I last saw him. And he's actually learning to ski in a completely new body at the moment.
And that plays a huge part when you're growing up.
Well, his centre of gravity's come up by about 40 centimetres probably. Look at that. Cruz all out line Farrell, cool Wakashima. Everyone coming over to give him knucks.
Alex Ferreira holding out the top spot.
Yep. 88.25 for him. Andrew Longino just behind him, 85.25. Burke Irving on an 81.25, and Dylan Ladd, big gap down there to a 66. And I think we're going to see that gap filled in. I reckon high 70s will be our bubble score in the end. Right now, though, back up to the top, and it's none other than Raphael Kryenbull, the Swiss. Still pretty young.
Dropping in switch. Switch right 9, lead tail.
There's a little bit of a bobble through there, isn't there? Where we saw Toma go down. Raphael definitely getting a little bit of a bump.
Doesn't look like the smoothest transition at all for these guys.
No, there's a little bit of a bobble there, but he was catching the wall really, really high throughout that. So not celebrating it though at all. Just taking his time with that one. So Lark's local. Just coming back to have a look at that, see if he can get his eyes on a score. At the moment, the bubble score is 63, taking 5 from each heat. So 2 heats of 20, 10-man final. And at the moment, it's Cale McCarthy on a 63, but with the calibre of skier we've got in this heat, I think we expect to see that lifting up pretty quickly. Benjamin Lynch hasn't started. Meanwhile, Bennett Ballock out of the States. Jackson Hole skis halfpipe and slopestyle. He's 6'4", and he's known as Senor Alto as a result.
Nice nickname.
Actually skied Corbett's Couloir when he was 6 years old.
That is incredibly impressive. I've never looked down the barrel of that thing, but...
Well, the idea
scary.
of launching yourself off it. So there's our top 6 at the moment. Cale McCarthy, the cut-off spot for qualification. Ben Harrington just outside that. No surprises, though, in the top spot. Alex Ferreira starting the 2025 season exactly where he left off in 2024 in the top spot. So Ben Ballock getting ready to drop in. Know that his best time on a Rubik's Cube is 14.65 seconds.
Nearly shorter than his run time.
I wonder. Oh, he's gone down.
Just a bit undercooked on the dub flare there.
I reckon you're right. I reckon he'd do the Rubik's Cube faster than he would do this run.
I think so.
Good to see him just getting his head round this run, working out where he wants to go with it. Tell you what, these are the days when you want a good coach, or you want your agent or your mum, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, whoever it is, up on the deck with you, because you need the right lenses. I think that's coming to the fore. The light is definitely, the wind's forecast to drop, but the light, that definition is forecast to drop at the same time. So while the wind's getting kinder, the light is not. So a bit of hard work there.
As much as Cardrona's famous for its halfpipe, it's almost famous for that cloud cap as well that just lingers over the park.
You're doing a great job for the tourist board here, Tom. Okay, next in, it's none other than Evan Wishmeyer out of Summit, Colorado. Did one World Cup in the 24 season. Had some good NORAM results, though, taking a leaf out of Nico Porteous' book.
Switch over flip with the lead mute.
Beautiful start.
Into the right cork 9. Left cork 9.
So smooth, very quiet style.
And the alley-oop flat 5.
Oh, lovely.
He's happy with that.
And rightly so. So, a really, really... the amplitude wasn't massive, but such a clean run. And we talked about the importance of execution at the start of this. That is what the judges are going to be looking for. I've said it a couple of comps before, but cleanliness being next to godliness.
Miguel Porteous just in the background there, supporting his brother. Nice to see.
Yeah,
nice to see him back in town.
Yeah, Miguel's been over in Australia, hasn't he?
He has been in Melbourne.
Okay, back up to the top.
Sam Baumgartner with the Austrian police jacket on.
Love that. It's out of Hinterstoder. What a great Austrian name for a town. Road slope and big air up until 2022. This is his first ever half-pipe World Cup, though. He's had almost a whole season off competition, hasn't he?
Almost, yeah. He's battled some really serious injuries, so it's really, really good to see him back. And this guy's progression in the pipe was so quick and so impressive to watch. So.
Why did he decide to change? Was it injuries?
I'm not sure, really. Maybe just he wanted to become a more diverse skier. He's already an incredibly diverse skier and one of the craziest guys I've ever watched. But
okay, Sam Baumgartner dropping in on the left-hand wall. Just popping round to switch to open us up.
Switch left 7 Japan to start. Followed by a huge right 9.
That was beautiful.
Really maintaining amplitude so well.
Just popped off that wall, though. Such a shame.
We spoke about the slightly underverted right wall. He just overcompensated for that, maybe just a little bit.
Yeah. You've seen a couple of people come through, but yeah, that cut maybe not consistent. Racing through that rope. Didn't want to hang around at all there. Bit of a frustration creeping in there for Sam Baumgartner. So Benny Lynch not going to be dropping in. He's got a DNS next to his name. So next up is Lee Seung-hun. He's improved massively at the end of the 2024 season. He banked a 3rd and a 4th at the double header of the Calgary World Cups at the end of the season. So be interesting to see how he starts this season. Really firing up the quads there, just stamping in. And 19 years old, he's built up a lot of competition experience already.
Switch dub 10 on the first hit. Into the right dub 12, massive. You really saw the distance that these guys are traveling then.
Huge amplitude. Floating through that.
Absolutely stomping the last hit.
This kid is on the way up. Mark my words. You watched him come through all of those junior comps. He got a 4th at the Junior World Champs in Lausanne back in 2022. And then his World Cup result, it's almost like a bell curve. You can see those 19th places, those 16th, those 14th, starting to become top 10s, final appearances. And then he just starts knocking on the door of the podium.
Definitely switching it on just at the right time for the Milan Olympics coming up in a year and a half's time.
Yeah, well, more and more we're seeing it, whether it's snowboarding or free skiing. Like, Korea's got a really solid park and pipe program. There's a couple of riders coming through, look like they've studied snowboard and free skiing history. Henry Sildaro, resplendent in that Estonian coloured bow tie there on his profile picture. Getting ready to drop in.
Switch hit on the first wall. Switch cork 10 on the first hit into switch right 7.
Into another switch cork there.
Left cork 12. Don't see that one too often. Into the right cork 12. And the left 9.
So plenty of big numbers in there. Couple of tech tricks, some great grabs, but tiny bit of repetition on the rotations maybe.
A little bit repetitive, but again, you don't see the singular cork 12 all that often, so maybe the judges are going to reward that.
Yeah, they'll let that one go as a different axis. Okay, so checking this out, Alex Ferreira still in the top spot, 88.25. I tell you what, the amplitude here as well. He got a lot of hits out of this, no doubt, but...
Worth mentioning that Henry did make finals in Lax just last year in slopestyle, so...
He can ski everything, can't he?
He really can.
That is huge. Okay, next up, final rider of this first heat. It's Ben Fethke out of Park City. Broke the top 20 at the World Cup at the end of the 2024 season. Got 6 at the Youth Olympic Games last season as well. So a couple of milestones for this young pipe skier. Starting to step up. See what he's got here.
Left dub 12 on that first wall.
Really snatched into it, didn't he?
Into the right 12. Left 7, just trying to find that grab there.
Almost like a flare late 180.
Yeah. Closing it off with that switch over flip.
Where did he find the rotation on that? That was so late. He just literally pulled his knees up to his chest and generated the rotation he needed. Beautiful little sleight of hand there on that final trick. Overflip working for Ben Fethke. So that top 5 with 19 skiers down looks like a very, very high score. Let's see.
Got super late 180 on that last 7.
Beautiful amplitude though. Maybe lost a tiny bit there, but then that's amazing.
Hanging it out to dry on the final hit.
Yeah. Just letting the breeze take it. So hopefully the slippers have done their work and we've got a nice clear flat bottom. Saw a couple of people struggling with that, but we can have a little recap of the scores. See what we've got. A lot. It's really interesting first run, but already Henry Sildaru with a 74.25, that single cork 12. You called it, Tom, doing some good work for the Estonian. He's on a 74.25 on the bubble spot. And then big names above him, Burke Irving, Andrew Longino, and then Lee Seung-hun, that young Korean with the huge airs. I picked him out. I watched a couple of his runs from the end of the season at the World Cups, and he's definitely started to find his strength and his power and his flow in the pipe. He sits in second at the moment on an 86.75, just a point and a half behind Alex Ferreira. So, yeah, loads to talk about here. And certainly we said that how well was Alex Ferreira going to do? Yep. Coming back off last season. I think he's answered that question for everyone there pretty succinctly, sitting out in the top spot. But we've got some of these rookies starting to come through. Ben Fethke, that last run, moving him up. What a
bumping
result
Henry
from him.
out of the final spot.
Yep. Nico Porteous down there, don't despair. He was absolutely cruising in this pipe. Right next to Cooper Bream, one of the young Kiwis, starting to find his feet at World Cup level. Back up to the top, though, and still quite a lot of work for these guys.
Bit of a graze on Aaron's chin after that first hit.
A bit? It looks like he might need a skin graft with that. That looks hideously painful. Oh. Hopefully someone's been able to... It looks like he's got some kind of scab goatee. Can you imagine how... I'm guessing there's... I don't want to discriminate here at all, but women probably won't know what it feels like to have stubble growing through a scab. But it's one of the most frustrating things because you obviously can't shave, but there's this really spiky hair growing through it. I don't want to go into too much detail, but it's one of the most unpleasant things you can have is a scab in stubble. And that's what Aaron Derlester is going to be up against. But good to see him coming out for this second run.
Definitely.
Tom.
Definitely good to see him all good and walking and being able to compete in the second run as well.
Yeah. So
just keep that chin tucked away next time.
Well, I'm wincing every time he puts it down into his jacket. It looks so raw. So second run for Aaron. First man to open this up. Got a bronze at the Junior World Champs in 2019. We talked about that one. He had really solid run in the juniors. Body language just a little... He looked a little bit resigned there, didn't he?
That's going to make him a little bit flustered.
Yeah. But this is why you do so much of the training. Like, coaches will replicate competition. Like, don't just drop in at the top of the pipe. Don't come off the lift. You need to stop. We need to have a chat, and then we'll drop in. Like, you replicate these moments so that when he gets into this position, all of the other distractions, anything else that's happening in his life disappears, and you forget that last run.
Having such a short time to practice in the morning of the competition as well, you've really got to replicate that in practice on days outside of competition. So.
And that's a fascinating point, actually, because some people take 5-6 runs to get going, and some people are ready to go first or second run in, aren't they? So
some people are born with a switch. It's very impressive, but.
How about, what's your style?
I like a long warm-up. I'm a relaxed morning kind of guy.
My best stuff happens in the first 3 runs. It's all downhill from there. Okay, Aaron Derlester, and when I say best stuff, it's mediocre by anyone's standards. Aaron Derlester, just about to drop in. Mammoth local, 23 years old.
Big air Aaron, as they call him.
Want to see this second run stomp now.
Switch left cork 10. Into the dub flat 7.
Puts it down.
Redeeming himself on the switch over flip. Right cork 9, lead Japan.
And to finish.
Oh, the dub 7, bring back.
Oh! Squatting that one out, but what do you think the judges will make of that? He didn't have the flow there. He didn't cut away on the edges of the skis. He was just driving them into the snow.
It's just heartbreaking to watch it. Watch him throw it away on the last hit.
Oh. Double bring back.
Saw him in training do that trick with a lead mute, which I don't think's been done before, so.
Little NBD to warm up qualifying. Let's take a look at it again.
Just squatting it out.
Oh, such a shame. Yeah, tough morning for Aaron de Lester. Didn't go the way he wanted on that first run, and it cast a shadow over that second run. Nearly got redemption, though. Now is the turn of Ben Harrington out of New Zealand. He had a really solid first run, but just sat down on his last hit. He's on a 60.25. He needs a 77.75 to qualify.
Mirroring Aaron's trick with a double flat spin there.
And boosting with it.
In the switch cork 7.
Really lovely start.
Right cork 9, lead tail. And a huge left dub 12.
And he just way better there, and he's claimed it this time.
Much happier with that one.
The shoulder was still close, but there wasn't contact.
And the judges will certainly be looking at that.
Couple of high fives down there. See, I always love the claim. When you see the claim off the end of it, it's like, yeah, I've got that. I did it. There was no drag there.
The sudden release of emotion for these guys after a really tough morning is going to be overwhelming. So better to let it out there.
Lovely seeing, it's Ollie and Bo, isn't it? Down at the bottom, emceeing.
It is, yeah.
There you go. Lovely tail grab. It was huge. He got it in, but it was, I mean, if you're looking at execution again, he might have wanted a bit longer on the grab for that one, but Burke Irving, again, just flapping around with some daps and fists and cabbages with the coaches. There's a little bit of everything in there. But Burke...
Currently sitting in 4th, so
yeah,
he'll want to improve just to make it a little bit more solid.
100%. He's far from safe at the moment. And he knows that.
Switch down the pipe 7, holding the grab so long again. Right cork 9, lead tail. Again, the signature dub 14, stomping it. A little bit deep.
Yeah, tiny bit flat. It was thug zone, wasn't it? Holds on, though.
And
do you think he was thinking about another one there? He had a look, didn't he?
I was struggling to try and call what he was about to do then, but just kept it at 5.
Yeah.
Probably smart to make sure he finishes the end of that run. But
yeah, but he could have pushed. He's got an 81.25. I thought he was just looking there to see if he wanted to let it drift another 180. Look at Aaron de Lester. There's a lad who's had a battle.
Let's not skip over the fact he's the only guy doing a dub 14 in this contest. Highest spin of the day so far. But executing it so well.
And these two, yeah, exactly. They were perfect. Really solid execution up there. And then this 14.
I really like that. That's such a cool trick.
He feels that 4th hit feels it's like a pause. And I think the judges will take that, which is a solid qualifying strategy. Like, you can push that up. Is that
Nico,
Tommy Pyatt?
Tommy.
It is.
And Miguel.
I tell you what,
and Byron, all in the start gate.
When coaches wear white at the top of the hill, it's a bit like wearing a white dress to a wedding, isn't it, if you're not the bride?
This is certainly a special moment for Nico here. Flair out of the start. Cameraman lost him for a second there.
Easy to lose this run. You've no idea where he's going.
The signature carved back up to the same hit.
And then flicking jelly beans at the crowd with that tip. That was phenomenal, getting proper flex on the ski. Everyone enjoying that one.
everyone applauding Nico after that.
Well, it's just a joy. It's something completely different, a celebration of skiing in all its forms. We've got the technical brilliance, we've got that immaculate execution, and then you've got creativity like this. Nico opting not to turn it on just yet, but
Special moment there for Nico. I think he's really feeling the emotions of skiing at home.
Oh, it's a lovely treat for him. As we come back to Dylan Ladd, kid out of Lakewood, Colorado, currently on a 66, within touching distance of the finals. If you can find another 8 points out of this run.
Switch left 7 Japan to start us off. And the right dub 12 dub Japan.
Ooh,
the double grab there.
Just held it, didn't he, in the flats?
Only just, and nearly again.
Bit bumpy, this one at the moment. Got a handful of that, though.
Left dub 12 at the bottom to finish.
So much purchase. So, Ben Fethke on the bubble at the moment on a 77.75. Burke-Irving did improve with an 83.5, so, but it doesn't push him up at all. But the key part is that potentially he's moved himself a little bit further out of reach of anyone else. There it was. Nearly lost that left ski there. Did very, very well to hold on to it.
It's hard to see with the light, but I think there is just some snow snakes in the bottom of the transition. Might be able to catch these guys out.
Okay, so Andrew Longino built a really solid run over the last couple of years. Very, very consistent. When you consider he broke his back when he was 13 and spent 4 months in a brace. It's pretty impressive.
Sign of a true soldier there.
Yeah. Drives in. Decent ski off the top.
Switch left dub 10 to start. Really long right cork 9 there.
Yeah, really travelled down the pipe, didn't he?
Mirroring dub 12s to finish.
Beautiful. And you look at that run, and those 12s come a bit further back up the pipe as he starts to step it up and turn it into the push run. But at the moment for qualies, lovely, solid start there.
Already sat on an 85, so do you reckon that's going to bump him up, or hard to say with...
I think what the judges will see from that second hit, we both talked about it. He travelled so far down the pipe, he lost a lot of amplitude. Yeah. Spinning down the pipe, it does steal from your score. So we'll have a look at that. Oh, it does. No, it improves by 1/4 of a point. So
the fine detail.
Little bit of execution potentially stepping up. Now it's the turn of Evan Marino. Fell on that first run with a 43. So bit of work to do here for the Canadian. His twin brother Dylan, and he grew up in Fernie, just ripping everything. They learned to ski moguls, big air, slope and pipe. And it shows he's got that really rounded skill set. Part of that Canadian Next Gen program that's produced so much talent over the last few years.
Switch right 9 to start us off. Into the switch left dub 10. Right cork 9. And a very nice dub 12.
Oh! So close to going over the handlebars
so
there.
Close.
Just held on to it though. Really. The couple of... So it was strong, but for me, there were a couple of execution issues in there.
Certainly, yeah. Just over-popping on that dub 12 slightly and landing closer to the flat bottom than he would have liked.
So I think he'll improve definitely on that 43, but right now, Andrew Longino's big run and Dylan Ladd's big run. Dylan Ladd's put an 80 on the board. So we've now got an 80-point bubble score. So Evan Marino, I can't see him climbing over that. Back up to the top, though. We're in that number 1 bib.
Mr. Untouchable.
Alex Ferreira. Man out of Aspen. He works so hard. And what I find fascinating about him, At 30 years old, he's at the peak of his career. And you talk to any of his coaches and they'll all say that he was one of those slow burn talents. He's a classic example of the harder you work, the luckier you get.
Definitely.
Like he's got the natural talent, but it's his work rate that's just pushed him into this position. So Ferreira not dropping in until we've got a score for Evan Marino. Still waiting on that one. As we know from lots of experience, the longer the conversation the judges have, the better it is usually for the athlete.
Yeah.
So whether or not that's... No, it's a 52.75 for Evan Marino. So Alex Ferreira currently holds the top spot with an 88.25. No pressure on him to do anything, but he could use this run as a pure flex, Tom, just to show everyone what he's got.
And I think he will. He's not the sort of guy to take the second one very easy.
Let's get ready then. See where he goes.
Switch left cork 10 to start. The right dog 12 mute. Left cork 10 lead tail.
Immaculate.
Switch right 10. Lots of 10s. And a huge knob 12 to finish.
And the body, like his upper body didn't move as he landed that 12. It's just rock solid. He knew exactly where he was. I think there are a couple, Nico Portier straight over to Alex. These two have gone toe-to-toe so many times over the years. But for me, a couple of execution issues in that run.
Yeah, I would say the first run was probably a little bit more clean. And obviously they're super tight on execution at the moment. So.
Oh, what do I know? 92 there. The amplitude and the technicality has obviously worked in Alex's favour. And he puts another couple of points of daylight between him and Lee Seung-hun of South Korea as Toma Matsura of Japan gets ready to drop in. So he's had a couple of finals appearances, Toma. It's going to be a big ask, though, to make it here.
Switch left 10 to start.
80 points, the marker, if you want to progress into the finals, and that little butt check there means that Toma's not going to do it. I think before that run, though, we knew that we weren't going to see it there.
The amplitude was lacking just from the start a little bit, but...
Yeah, that's the easiest thing for because the judges are watching that feed. They're just on the trench cam. They can see one camera looking straight up. They've got apples for apples comparing how high people are going. And if you're not at that 3.5 meter mark on your first couple of hits, then yeah, you're probably not going to be in the 80-point zone. That's where you need to be.
And let's not forget how hard it is to pick up speed in the pipe. Once you've lost amplitude, it's really hard to regain.
Okay, so Cale McCarthy on a 63. Let's see where he can get to with this. Big first
Dog
hit.
12 blunt.
Oh, it was almost like he was listening to us. Like, I guarantee you the coach said to him, just send that.
And with the tail grab, I don't think we saw that in the first run, so definitely making a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, would have had the judges sitting up and taking notice, which is, as a skier, that's what you want. You
Definitely.
want the judge, like the moment the judges are starting to yawn, it's all over, isn't it? So next skier in, pretty quick here, Keita Takashi. Really struggled with the amplitude first run. Let's see if he can push a bit harder here.
Left cork 9 to start us off.
Yeah, that first... Oh, what is up with that binding? Or was it Toma? It might have been Toma who lost his ski first. Hopefully it wasn't Keita. My memory's gone blank as to which of those two it was, but it's at least the left ski this time. So Keita Takashi is out. First hit was a tiny bit bigger, but then it was like he was in a tractor beam just getting sucked back onto the coping. Couldn't push. Now it's the turn of Cooper Breen. And New Zealand looking for 80 points here. Might be a little way beyond him. So got a fourth at the Europa Cup in Korvac in 2024. Really nice separation in the skis. He drives off that downhill ski.
Mirroring cork 9s to start us off. And then the cork 10. Into the switch right 7.
Little bit of a redirect there.
And the flare with tail grab.
No, little shake of the head. He wasn't happy with that one. But such good experience for Cooper Breen.
Long career ahead of this boy for sure.
Yeah. He got a 46.25 on that first run. As soon as we get the score in for that, we'll let you know. But they're running them pretty quickly now as Raphael Cryanbol lines himself up. The Swifts got 4th at Secret Garden in China. It's quite an amazing pipe over there. They have such consistently low temperatures. It's like concrete.
Switch right 9 at the top.
A little bit loose there, and the just coming switch across the flat bottom. It looked like he was getting a bit of a bobble, didn't it?
It must be so hard for these guys to like maintain speed through the transition with this snow snake that there appears to be.
Yeah, and well, snow snakes, you've got a little bit of loose snow in the flat bottom, and then you've got really flat light as well. Oh, look at that. That was a stone cold stare, wasn't it? Yeah. He was not happy with that run. So it does not improve. The DNI pops up next to his name here in the commentary booth. Myself and Tom Greenway here at Cardrona. There's Bennett Ballot out of Jackson. Oh, no, not Jackson Hole. Oh, yeah, it is Jackson Hole. Does the little cross handshake. No shortage of coaches and well-wishers up at the top there. This boy's popular. He's going to get double fist knuckles now from the coach. That looked like a switch right takeoff that he was visualising there. Maybe he's just talking about how he's kicking it.
You do see this visualisation quite often at the top, just as a little reminder before they drop in. But
well, it's getting into that flow state, isn't it? Getting everything else out of your mind. Total focus on the task at hand.
Double flare lead tail to start us off.
Very smooth on the landing.
Right cork 9. Oh! He was just trying to hold on for so long, which is so hard through the transition of a full-size half-pipe.
And you know, I could see there, the follow cam there, Danny Worley, is one of the most compassionate men you'll find anywhere in the world. And he definitely would have checked in. There was a little bit of dialogue between those two after Ben went down. Good vibe up at the top there, though, at the moment. Big smiles all round. Luca Harrington appears to be the main cheerleader as well, doesn't he?
Definitely.
He was skiing in Slope ANC, was he, yesterday?
Not yesterday, no. He's you do see him about, though, cutting about Cardrona, usually throwing triples off side hits and other crazy stuff like that.
Making a menace of himself, generally. Pretty handy. Okay, it's Bennett Ballard. That fall means he doesn't improve, and nothing's changed up at the top. Dylan Ladd still on the bubble spot in 5th. Alex Ferreira is in the top spot as Evan Wishmayer drops in. Love that. Very similar line to Nico Porteous.
Right side 9, Japan grab there. Mirrored left cork 9 blunt.
So so casual.
So casual. Coming from a slopestyle background, I really like to see really defined grabs in a half pipe. It's very, very impressive, and this guy's certainly got that.
It's a lovely, quiet style. There's the economy of movement, upper and lower body, but
quite simply making it look easy.
I'd be really interested to see where this goes for Evan. Still only 17 years old. And he did one World Cup 24 season. Missed the grab on that first hit as well, didn't he? Yeah, couple of small execution issues in this run.
Maybe a slight lack in difficulty with no double corks in there. Sam Baumgartner.
So it was a 1 point improvement, 1.25 improvement for Evan Wishmeyer. Meanwhile, Sam Baumgartner desperately needs something big here.
lost his boots on the flight over.
Did he?
He's wearing some, I believe, new replacement ones, but one more thing to worry about going into it.
Oh, new boots is just, that takes a bit of time to get used to.
Left and right cork nines up there.
Missed the tail though, didn't he, on that second one?
And a flat 5 at the end.
He didn't actually, after he'd released the grab, he barely moved, did he? He was in exactly the right position. Comes down, big hug from Ben Harrington and Evan Wishmare. So at the moment, Sam Baumgartner is the lowest scoring competitor. Benny Lynch is on a DNS, did not start. So Baumgartner with the 26.5. Definitely improving. How far remains to be seen. So back up at the top, it's the surprise package. Lee Seung-hun of Korea, currently in second place. He was only a point and a half behind Alex Ferreira after the first round. Huge leap for Sam Baumgartner, 62.25, but it's only good enough for 10th. So our top 5 at the moment, Alex Ferreira, Lee Seung-hun, Andrew Longino, Burke Irving and Dylan Ladd. Lee Seung-hun, bib number 43, is already up there in second place. So like Alex Ferreira, you've got to say it's a guaranteed qualification right now with only 2 people left to drop behind him. But will he use this to push? Is he going to see... Oh, he left the coach hanging then, didn't he? Are we going to see a push run?
I hope so. I really hope so. Switch left up 10. Into a huge right 12.
And he's finishing the trick so far above the code.
Left 16, first 16 of the contest.
Well, we talked about this beforehand. We thought it was going to be a bit of a 10s and 12s party, but
We did.
Lee Seung-hun definitely bringing the heat, looking for a 16 there. I reckon, I mean, what would that would have taken him into the 90s easily.
You'd expect it to be chasing on the tail of Alex Ferreira, if not pushing ahead.
Okay, Henry Sildaru currently in 7th, 2 spots outside the top 5. He's looking for 5 3/4 points on his first run score. Can he dig it out of this run, Tom?
Switch left cork 10 to start. And the cork 12, only guy in the competition doing that. He's getting more amplitude this run, which is good to see. Judges will be like to see that. And a left cork 9, very smooth.
Yes, he's got that great USP in the middle of the run, the cork 12, but is it enough? I think we're going to see quite a long break on this as the judges decide. I think a tiny bit more amplitude, maybe a little more, little bit cleaner. The execution was a bit better.
Definitely a lot cleaner.
So
Amplitude was more consistent throughout the whole run.
it is an improvement, 75.775, but it's not enough for finals. So 1 skier left to drop, Ben Fethke. Ben is in 6th place on a 77.75.
Scary position to be in, 1 spot out of the bubble zone.
Yeah, Alex Ferreira, Lee Seung-hun, Andrew Longino and Burke Irving, the top 4 are safe. But Dylan Ladd in 5th is going to be watching very, very nervously now because Ben Fethke is in 6th place and he's only 2 points, well, 2 1/4 points shy of what he needs here. If he can land this run, judges have got something to think about. So the kid from Park City, that Park and Pipe factory. You got Woodward Park City there, haven't you? And then all of the standard Park City park. It's outrageously good fun.
Left up 12.
Oh, and it's gone. Oh, it'll be gutted. He was within touching distance of the finals there.
Definitely went to improve on that second run, but undercooking it on that skier's right-hand wall, like many others in the contest.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of maths here while we watch that go down because I want to see. You can have a count up of Heat 1. I'm going to count up Heat 2. I think we've got 15 Americans, and the second heat is stacked. So there must be so many coaches here with these guys.
7 in Heat 1 out of 20 competitors.
Yeah, 8 in Heat 2 out of 20. So 15 Americans. That's the final and then some. At the moment, though, this is who we have. Three have made it. Lee Seung-hun, undoubtedly the surprise package there. He's sniffing around the top spot. The young Korean has got a point to prove here today, second only to Alex Ferreira. Andrew Longino, the Canadian, slight improvement on his second run. Burke Irving, again, slight improvement for him. And Dylan Ladd just beating out compatriot Ben Fethke. Ben Harrington, the highest placed Kiwi in that heat, just missing out on the finals. Nico Porteous having fun. Cooper Breen, the rookie. Evan Wishmayer. Feel like there could have been a big score in one of those runs. And Aaron Durlester, big hit on the first run. Nearly put it down second run, but couldn't quite make it stick. So busy first heat there. We're going to move straight in after a couple of side slips to the men's second heat. And this one looks, I mean, it's no less in terms of heavy hitters, is it?
Definitely not. I mean, you've got Hunter Hess, Aaron Blunt, Brendan McKay, Tristan Feinberg, young Melville Ives coming to make an impression as well on his home turf.
Yeah, and Luke Harold. Both of those two. I think Luke Harold got a second at his first ever World Cup. Finn Melville Ives pretty much went into the stratosphere, didn't he, with that hip Audi 9 at the Nines in Schilthorn, isn't it?
Yeah.
Murren.
Yeah.
Love that place. You know what they're doing. They've probably started building something for that already now, haven't they?
You'd expect so, yeah.
There was so much snow in that hip. So a little bit of practice now for Heat 2. We'll get a little glimpse of what's going down. Might actually be... Yeah, I think we've got about 15 minutes of practice. So I'll take a look through timings. Yeah, and around 9:40 we're going to pick up with the men's. So we're going to leave you with a little bit of practice and we'll start grooming this. But we'll be back with the second heat of the men's at exactly 9:40. Tom and I will be back on air with about 5 minutes warm-up. So come and join us then. Leave the stream running wherever you are. And we'll see you in just under 30 minutes.
Just follow a rider for a minute. Everyone's hitting that wall first. That's good for me. Some crazy shit coming out of these guys. Yeah. It's quite hard to actually take this one in. Yeah. So are they doing women's next or? They do. I've got the So 9 to 9:10 is break, 9:10 to 9:30 men's qualification training here, 20 minutes. 8:10 yeah, women's until 11. So they have 2 heats and then 2 runs, heat 1, run 1, run 2, 2, run 1. They got training for heat 2 as well. So, oh, yeah, focus wheel on here. It's wireless.
Yeah, it's fun.
It gets, oh, I'm loving it. So I've shot on Joe's camera heaps. It's really awesome. Got Jace's on the Nicholas M, the big one. It overrides this.
Oh, if you got a signal.
Yeah, and it's like, so I've got to put my finger in there to do the focus wheel, and then the MD's in there, and it's like, oh, I love this camera, but man, if it sixes are easy.
Yeah, when I picked that,
Yeah. Look, the really nice thing about it is it is so heavy that it can be stable. Like you can handheld it. Right, where are they going to hit? I'd love to try and get a...
And then go?
we're going to Porticom?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then 7.
You got anything to...
No, at the moment, thanks, Joe.
I assume there's a runner coming up with fresh batteries.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Are you finding they're hitting quite high?
It's not too bad, but when they drop in on the other side, that's shit. commentators, bro.
What about?
I'd have to fill in the time and grab what you need for that. What do you need? Yeah, it's just sequencing. It's sometimes, not all the time.
Basically, I'm wondering that if I'm in here getting a shot of this first hit on this wall, will I be boning you?
Yeah, probably. Like 60% of the time, my shot isn't dropping in over there, and then this first air.
Are they cutting to you?
And then they cut as they land. So I'm like in as they drop, cut as they land.
Yeah.
So like in now. Yeah, so you guys are definitely in the shot there. You're not covering them up, but you're in the shot.
Pull up. What sort of zoom have you got? Because like more than half of them are hitting that wall.
Yeah, 28. So not mega zoom, but yeah, when I'm on that side, it's sweet.
Are you getting this whole wall?
No, like, I can't see fuck all unless they're airing here.
No, I know, but like...
I was going with Paul before and they weren't using...
I mean, you could probably be there. You're just in the side of the frame, but you're not blocking the air. Like, I'm sure we'll hear on the radio if they're not happy. Do we want feedback from them?
Yeah.
Nick to broadcast for them. Danny and the photographer, are they okay on the side?
I'll move for when the heat starts.
Okay. Well, is Danny okay in that position? And free? Copy that. You got that, didn't you, Danny?
Yeah, I'll just sit down. I'll sit down there either way with a different lens.
They didn't seem too bothered with that.
I've got everything I need from fisheye. Thank you, Mark. Oh God, didn't it? Happy. This heat is going to look a lot better.
Riley, careful on that cable. That's a live string fibre. So if you want to go through it, there's a gap just at the arm back underneath the ear. There's probably a better position. Yeah.
Jimmy can't take the jacket off the first time in a week.
Well, welcome back to Cardrona Alpine Resort here in the Southern Hemisphere where winter is in full effect. Don't adjust your TV set. That is not a fire burning. That is a little bit of cloud even. There's crowd creeping up the valley and there's cloud as well. Joining me in the commentary booth for our second of two qualifying heats is Mr. Tom Greenway, a man who Hunter Hess admitted at Spring Park he would like to ski like. He said you're one of the most...
Very honoured.
Yeah, that's high praise indeed. Said you're one of the most stylish skiers out there today. We saw the first heat go down, really high standard, but not many surprises in the names we saw qualifying. 20 cut down to 5. Burke Irving in there, Alex Ferreira in there. Just Lee Seung-hoon, the young Korean kid, had a scorcher of a run.
Yeah, definitely. And Burke Irving laying down his trademark style, as he always does, was good to see. 3 Americans in the top 5.
Well, we talked about this a little bit through that first qualifying heat. The Americans have brought a full pull of all of their biggest athletes. 15 in total have travelled over here to compete in pipe, and there's a fair few in this heat coming up now.
Yeah, definitely. Hunter Hess is going to be one to watch. X Games medalist this year.
Aaron Blanc, Nick Geiser, like a couple of the young kids, Cassidy Jarrell, but a couple of Kiwis in there to keep an eye on as well.
Luke Harold, the young boy, and Finley Melville Ives as well, 2 very prolific all-round skiers, but he's going to show us what they can do in the half-pipe today.
Finn spent last year working really hard on back-to-back 16s as well. Gustav Legnavsky in there as well. Liam Richards, I'd been brought up in New Zealand, but his mum's British, and he crossed the floor. Wanted to find a bit of his own time there. Hunter Main in there. We also didn't mention at the top of the draw is Brendan McKay, the Canadian reigning world half-pipe champion. He's wearing that number 2 bib there. We always used to call him Meat. Not the tallest guy, but absolutely stacked full of muscle. He's had patchy form through 2024 as well. Didn't have the best year. He finished the 23 season on a real high, and then he did get, I say patchy form, but he got a second in Calgary. But by his standards, where he's normally kind of consistent podium material, it was a little bit light for him. He won the Crystal Globe in 2022. He's been such a consistent skier, so be interesting to see how he starts this season. If you're just joining us, we've got 40 men are going to be cut down to just 10. They're in 2 heats of 20, so the top 5 from each heat go through. And a real split. The first heat's already gone down, but it's Brendan McKay, Hunter Hess, Aaron Blanc, Nick Geiser, Cassidy Jarrell, Eugene Morris, Finn Melville Ives, Conor Ladd, Tristan Feinberg, Luke Harold, Quincy Barr, Hei Bing'an, out of China, Vincent Maharavo, Liam Richards, Hunter Matin. Real mix, essentially, of established names, heavy hitters, and some of the young up-and-comers. I think the two most exciting ones to keep an eye on here, Tom, are Finn Melville Ives and Luke Harold on home snow.
Definitely, they're really going to want to throw down for their home competition. I'm also excited to watch Tristan Feinberg skiing this half-pipe. Really, really, really good style. Super nice to watch inside the pipe and out. So, yeah, look out for him. He's 9th to drop.
Yeah, he's done a 4th in this pipe before as well, so he definitely gets on with it. You can see as well, we talked about that the skier's right-hand wall being the sunny side of this pipe, and sometimes it can just soften up and melt down, and you lose that vert edge to it. So a couple of people popping really hard off it, a couple of people going a bit soft, so that's one to keep an eye on. Be interesting to see how that develops. After the second qualifying round of the men here, we'll be moving on to the women. We have 1 heat of women. So as soon as, and I tell you what, this is a fashionable World Cup to turn up to, because it's the start of the qualifying cycle for Milan. So everyone's down here looking to get a big score on the board.
We can just see the events crew slipping out of trying to get those snow snakes in the bottom of the transition. I did hear a few riders from the first heat just mention that the bottom of the pipe was a little bit questionable in a way.
Oh,
But
you could see it in the, we saw 3 skis lost.
Yeah.
For we saw a couple of people go down for good reason, but we saw 3, I'd say, soft falls that were probably snow snakes or death cookies in that flat bottom. Look at that, sugar loading early. Just smashing that
there
in.
he is, Tristan Feinberg. Taz, as he likes to be called.
Yay. So, Richie Day and Martin from FIS just had a little look through that pipe, probably responding to the comments from some of the skiers in the first heat, just making sure that that's in good shape across the bottom there. Blue stripes go on, so there's plenty of definition, but I think this second heat, yes, the snow will be a bit warmer, the pipe's not going to be quite as cold, but they're going to have way better light.
Oh, certainly. The blue sky's poking through in comparison to this morning, so Heat 2 have definitely got a slightly bit better conditions.
The teardrops tell you that the wind's nice and light as well. Always good to see a mouth guard tucked into a helmet as well.
Questionable choice. Some people stand by them, some people don't.
Well, it's the most common cause of concussion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Teeth snapping shut. So you can get rid of those concussions, but what's the downside to them? I mean, I always really struggled to wear them because it made me want to gag. But
General comfort. I mean, the last thing I want to think about when I'm skiing is swallowing something I've got in my mouth. It's not that nice to think about. But
has anyone ever swallowed one?
Oh, not that I know of. Not yet.
I hope not. That would be terrible.
But it's worthwhile to protect their smile.
You can rebuild most things these days. So all of the crew, you can see Finn Melville Ives up there with his lenses out, just giving them a little shake off, making sure that they're nice and clear. You can see a little bit of humidity there, so the sun's broken through. We've got some shadow, some definition building up. 20 skiers. I think strategy-wise, we saw one attempt at a 16 in Heat 1 from Lee Seung-un, the young Korean kid. But by and large, your prediction, Tom, that it was going to be settled in 10s and 12s seemed to be... Oh, we saw a 14 as well in there.
Two 14s from Burke in his first and second run. His trademark trick, really. But, like you say, Finn Melville Ives capable of doing both way 16s. Will he pull it out today? Who knows?
I'd be really surprised if we saw back-to-back 16s, but I wouldn't be surprised looking at what we saw in Heat 1 and the scores. I was really impressed. Like the scores through Heat 1 were beautiful progression from in the landed runs from the high 60s through to the low 90s. Like exactly what you want to see in terms of the way people are riding consistently. But the cutoff point for that top 5 was 80. It's a high score. So I think a lot of people are probably now thinking, okay, if I'm entertaining the finals, I'm going to have to do a little bit more than my safe run.
Definitely. That will be definitely playing into the back of people's heads.
You were smiling looking at the screen there. What did you see?
I just got keeping an eye on people in the background wandering around. I'm always interested into seeing these athletes' warm-up routines and how strict and choreographed some of them are, and then other people are so nonchalant and... You know, some people don't even like to imagine they're at a contest, and I'm seeing a bit of that.
Yeah, it's you can see Finn Melville Ives here. This boy, I'm not joking, he's a human power station. It's like a nuclear power, New Zealand's first nuclear power plant, alongside his brother Cam.
He's watching us.
He's watching the live stream, and we're getting fully meted there. We're into the metaverse. Yeah, and Finn, one of those skiers, I don't know if he has any fear.
I don't think he does. I mean, the man has tried a triple cork 21, if I'm right in saying, and that is just absurd. And now he's here in a half pipe, so yeah, serious all-terrain vehicle.
Look at him. Just
practicing his grabs, playing up for the crowd.
He's got this one down. Wanaka side. So Wanaka born and bred, his brother Cam. It's twin brother Cam. I don't know which of them's older, actually. Won the ANC half-pipe contest here a couple of weeks ago. Really, really strong snowboarder. Neil and Karen, their parents. just they said Cam naturally gravitated towards snowboarding, Finn gravitated towards skiing, and they did nothing to change that. And look how it's panned out for him.
I don't know if you've seen Cam's new career as a weatherman as well.
No, I haven't.
Everyone should follow Cam's weatherman Instagram on for the most accurate Cardrona weather updates. Cam is your man.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to go and sign up for that one. Yeah, both the boys making big strides in recent years. Looks like we've got, is it one of our forerunners?
Looks like Kazu.
It does, doesn't it? Just giving a little blast down there. So, Kazuma Saka, one of the most promising young skiers, real all-rounder as well. Got some freestyle smarts, but it's also got his free ride game up and running. Pretty sure he was skiing with Ben Richards, winner of the Fieberbrunn Free Ride World Tour stop. Ben Richards, one of my favourite things to see actually out at Treble Cone. It's like a mother duckling. Ben Richards skis around up there, and he's got a trail of about 8 kids behind him who ski exactly like he does. Like that super clean, powerful style. Okay, looks like we're getting things underway. 4 runners are down, which means we're in business at the top of the pipe with the Canadian Brendan McKay, reigning half-pipe world champion from Georgia in 2023. Not his usual consistent self in 2024. He'll want to make amends starting the 25 season here in Cardrona.
Effortless dropping. Into the switch dub 9.
Almost,
holding on.
Yeah, almost over-rotated, didn't he?
Switch left 7. Into the right dub 12. Travelling so far on that one. And just, I think he's going to scrap this run yet.
Little bit, yeah. Wasn't a bit sketchy in places.
Even for the most experienced, it's pretty daunting dropping first. So,
yeah, not what you want. Just to settle yourself, get into the rhythm, feel that energy that comes through. See the MCs down there. Very comfortable with their clipboards of power and the bean bags. Assembled media and a really strong turnout from the locals. Few coaches down there, but
Hunter Hess in the gate. Worth mentioning, this man is debuting a film in Wanaka this Sunday. So keep your eyes peeled for that, along with Nico Porteous, Burke Irvin, and Sveia Irvin.
It's going to be
Heavy
a fashionable, fashionable night out. Hunter had a scorcher of a 24 season, really stepped up to the plate. Want to see if he can build on that in 25.
Lovely switch cork 5 there. No, you don't see anyone else doing that. Not on the first hit. Switch right 10, just getting stuck up on the landing a little bit.
Oh, dipped late.
I don't know how he held on to that, to be honest.
That was incredible.
And he's got the Misty 5 at the end, the trademark Misty 5. Love to see that.
Beautiful run. Again, a couple of small little execution errors in there, but they weren't even errors. I almost get the feeling that that was the pipe, just having a slightly warm pipe up there. But Brendan McKay, first run score through 32.25. So we'll wait and see what Hunter Hess brings in for us.
Gustav Leganowski in the back there. He's dropping last, local Kiwi rider, one to watch.
His dad, Pete, will be up there as well. I think Pete has got a hand in coaching Liam Richards at the moment as well.
Just stood to the left of Aaron Blunk, just behind there is Pete.
Yeah, so Aaron Blunk, next rider in. 12 years at the top of his game. Bronze at the Youth Olympics in 2012. Got a second here in 2013. This man's rap sheet is so long. He's got so many trophies to his name, and yet he's still at the top.
Flat 3 mute grab to start us off. Switch dub 9. Stomping that landing. Switch right 7. Into the alley-oop, flat 5. Both way flat spins. And the right dub 12 blunt, just coming up a bit stuck up on that landing.
Had so much control in the rotation of that 12, didn't he? He so fast through the first 900, then opened up, slowed it down for the last 3. So, just waiting on these scores. Hunter Hess has come in with an 82, and with a couple of small bobbles in that is a big score.
Definitely.
So we'll wait and see where Crested Butte's finest, Aaron Blunt, comes in. Pretty sure that Evil Knievel came from Crested Butte.
I've never heard that, but
I'm gonna go and look that up.
I trust your knowledge on that.
It might not. I'm gonna have to have a look. Misha Thomas there. She'll be in action a little bit later. One of the local Kiwis. So coming across now, Nick Geiser out of Carbondale, Colorado. Almost, I reckon, almost 80% of this American team comes out of Colorado. So many good pipes there. So Geiser drops in switch.
Switch left dub 9 out the gate. Into the switch left cork 7. Right 9. Maintaining amplitude well, which is what the judges would like to see. Into the left dub 12. Going super deep there. Did well to hold on. He's pretty stoked with that.
He is, isn't he? Look at him.
Or is he?
Oh, the body language could be what might have been, or... No, I don't yet. He's not ecstatic with it, is he? Let's have a look. Tiny, maybe missing a grab there.
Just getting a bit stuck up on this landing.
Oh, nothing too bad. That was
Nothing
a full
too bad.
contest, mate.
A baker maker.
So at the moment, Hunter Hess on an 82, Blunk and McKay down in the 40s and 30s respectively. Just waiting on that score from Nick Geiser. 77.5 for the American. So he slots into second place. 3 Americans and a Canadian down so far. We have a stacked North American field in this second heat of qualifying. And no surprises, our 4th American to drop, Cassidy Jarrell. So 25 years old. He's struggled previously to break the top 10 of the World Cup consistently. Aspen local, got his call up to X Games, which must have been a big, big moment for him.
Right cork 9 after the switch cork 7 at the top. Mirroring the left cork 10, both with lead tail. And the switch right 7, already spinning 4 directions. And closing us off with a dub 12.
Oh, and again, that right side wall couldn't quite pop far enough on it, off it. And also, I think there's an element there sometimes of running out of pipe.
For sure. I mean, we mentioned the length of the pipe earlier. It's really a 4-hit pipe.
Yeah, it's one of the shorter ones. But people feeling the need to try and cram that 5th hit in. And if you go for that 5th hit, then you risk landing out in the flats there. The pipe walls run out, so you can't land on that vert. Okay, next up, Eugene Morris, the 20-year-old out of Aspen. Got an 8th at the Secret Garden at the end of 2023. Big result for him.
Switch cork 7 tail.
And when he got the grab, he got it really beautifully.
Holding on to it for so long, just like Burke Irvin did in Heat 1.
Oh!
Seatbelt grab there in the left cork 9. Into the right dub 12.
Oh, no! He's held on to it, though. Minor issue at the moment. It's not going to be a finals run, but still, just, I think mentally holding on to that and finishing out the run is a really healthy thing to do.
For sure. It will give him confidence going into that second one.
If you've only got 2 runs in qualifying, you want to get, and you know, okay, maybe this isn't going to be my best run, but you get something down.
Murray Buck in there, new addition to the snow sports coaching lineup in New Zealand.
And I know,
Angry Scotsman himself.
but it's been a huge for Finn. He's getting on really, really well with him. They speak the same language,
Definitely.
and sometimes a fresh coach can be all the difference, can't it? So. Finn,
First appearance with Murray in this contest is as Finn drops in.
Let's see what they've decided to do here.
Switch right 9. Into the switch left dub 10. Looking so comfortable in his own pipe. Right dub 12. Followed by the left dub 12. And the dub flat 9 at the end. Perfectly executed for Finn Melville-Ives there.
There really wasn't a scratch on that run. That was a concourse run, wasn't it?
Definitely. We'd be expecting that to jump into the top spot, maybe. That would be my prediction.
I mean, the game of judging is finding any of those little red flags that let you mark someone down. Go and find it in that run. Let's have a look at this.
And the left 12 in there, we spoke about this, the opportunity to do a 16, and he looked comfortable on the 12.
Ooh, little bit of it. I think the grabs on those first two might be a bit questionable. I could be wrong. I would need to have another look at that, but
Nice.
let go of the yeah.
12s there, though.
The rotations, the amplitude, the technicality, it's all there. It may just be a little bit of the grabs, but no, Finn Melville Ives, 91.75. Conor Ladd dropping in now.
Double flare to kick us off.
So
Right cork 10, just slightly under rotating that.
Hunter Hess in second behind Finn Melville Ives. Giant 91.75.
Oh. Ooh. We've seen lots of people go deep into the pipe, but haven't seen many people hit the coping yet.
He must have been playing Monopoly because that was a get-out-of-jail-free card he played on the coping there. Nearly left his left ski up on the lip. That could have been a long and painful trip from the top of the coping to the flat bottom of the pipe if he hadn't been careful. But back up at the top now.
iPod, I'm pretty sure I just saw an iPod shuffle go into his pocket.
Taz, Tristan Feinberg, another Aspen rider. Got a fourth. Is his best World Cup result to date, and that was came at the end of 2023. Still looking for a podium, but he's been gently knocking on the door. And I mean, you could say he's at 21. He's just starting to come into the sort of big power band of his career, if you like, the next 5-6 years. But then you look at Alex Ferreira doing his best work at 30. Could be just the very beginning.
Elegant drop in there.
It was, wasn't it? Big pop.
Switch cork 7 blunt at the top into the right of 12. Smooth, classic Tristan style here. Left of 12, squatting that one out nearly.
A little bit backseat.
Flat 5 and a flat 3 to finish.
Lovely.
Stylish though, wasn't it?
Very. And that first hit, truly, on the first hit, you watch how close he is to the top of the transition. Like, the bottom of his boots meet the coping, I think. But then he lost his way a tiny bit. You picked it out. He went backseat on that third hit. He was really got a little bit. Look at the landing on this. It was right at the top of the pipe. I think this one as well, tiny bit lower maybe. This is the one that he bounces out on, goes pretty flat.
Just shows you the fine margins that these guys have got to stay within.
So, next to drop in, Luke Harold. We've talked a lot about this kid. Gold medal at the Youth Olympic Games in Korea back in January. His first ever World Cup at the Secret Garden at the end of last year. He got a second.
Dub 12 out the gate, incredibly smooth there from Luke.
Most people have left their 12s for the bottom of the pipe, so a big move, top of the pipe, high risk.
Switch alley-oop dub 9. Miguel Porteous did that trick very, very well many times in his career, and mirroring it both ways, just like Miguel.
Wow. Big, big hits all the way down the pipe there from Luke Harold. Such an impressive kid. So dedicated to his work. We've talked about it a bit, that slipstream that the younger generation of Kiwi pipe riders are enjoying. And you said it there. Whether it's the Wells brothers, Jossie, Bo, Byron and Wacko, whether it's Nico and Miguel, but now this generation benefiting from all of that. And the trick selection down at the bottom here.
Remarkable, remarkable.
Here we go. And the amplitude he gets. So he's coming across the bottom of the pipe into the finish there and gets that pop. The alley-oop dub. Wow. So wait on scores there. 89.5 for Luke Harold. So he moves into second place just behind Phil Melville Ives, ahead of Hunter Hess, Nick Geiser and Tristan Feinberg. Bubble score is a 68.5. as we get ready to see Quincy Barr out of Calgary drop in.
New Zealand lockout so far at the top two. Dropping in, looking over his switch left shoulder. Switch left 9, safety grab. Into the switch right 7. Left dub 12, stomping the landing. And the right court 9. And the left court 9 to finish. Very clean, well executed run.
Yeah, for a kid who's, this is only his 3rd World Cup. He did 2 in Calgary at the end of last season, but for his 3rd World Cup, look at him. He looks hyped. He almost looks in shock. I always wonder at that point. I've spoken to a couple of pipe riders who talk about flow state, and they always say that sometimes you can't actually remember good runs. You're so in the zone with it.
It blacks out almost.
Okay, so riders coming in really, really quick here. He Binghan of China.
Right court 9, good amplitude there. Same with the left of 12.
Little redirect across the flats. Smooth though. Potentially just running out of pipe to get that final hit. Quincy Barr, who you've just seen in the corner of your picture, gets a 58. So a very distinct line between the qualifiers with 11 skiers down. We've got Quincy Barr in 6th on a 58, but then Tristan Feinberg's currently in 5th on the 68.5. That is the cutoff. But I think the calibre of skiing we've seen already, we'll expect to see that step up, high 70s, potentially even early 80s for this heat.
Vince Maharavo in the start gate. Prolific slopestyle skier. Recently just transitioned into half-pipe.
Yeah, we saw that from Sam Baumgartner as well, didn't we? There's that desire to maybe switch codes or maybe just compete more and do more. Let's see how Vincent gets on.
Left court 9 out the gate.
Effortless rotation.
And the right 7 just getting a bit hung up on the coping. Switch left 7.
It's had that bobble as well, which looked like it stole a bit of speed.
Yeah, maybe just struggling to maintain amplitude a little bit. But the cork 10 at the bottom to the very bottom of the pipe, he's stoked with that.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? He was way out in the flats. But he's put a solid run down there. Be interesting to see where that one comes in for the man from Font-Romeu. I think he actually lives in Andorra de Vie, but it's definitely out. Well, he's Pyrenees to the heart.
Liam Richards' first competition as a British athlete.
Yeah. So it's out of Auckland, spends a lot of time down here in Wanaka though, and he's nearly as handy in a boat as he is on a set of skis. He's very, very tasty sailor. Some big scores on the board though. Let's see where Liam can take this.
Switch right 0 spin.
Oh,
Pioneered by Nico Porteous. Into the switch left dub 10. Right cork 9 lead tail. And the left cork 9 lead trailing tail. And a dub flat 9 to finish. Clean. And I really like that first trick.
it's beautiful, isn't it? Finn with a huge smile on his face as well down at the bottom there watching that. So Liam Richards, all smiles at the bottom, happy to put that one down. Take a look at this. Oh, we get it from the second hit. Would have been good to see that 0 up at the top. But if anything, we talked about Cooper Breen and how much he's grown in the last year. Liam, one of those guys, one of the smaller guys on tour at the moment, and just finding that power and the weight as well to create the amplitude that he wants. He's got to work that much harder. But Liam, Finn, looks like Cool as well, all gathered round their phones, trying to look at the live scores, see what they can make out as Hunter Matin from the US gets ready to drop in, one of 8 Americans in this second qualifying heat. Last year was his first season on the World Cup, so he's looking to consolidate now.
Ali flat 5, lovely amplitude at the top there. Just getting a bit hung up on the left dub 12 though.
Little bit of a knee grab there as well. Oh, I do like a 3 in a pipe. It's a rare skill and a highly underrated one, I think.
Definitely.
Like landing switch on a slow spin in a big transition is scary.
Definitely.
Did he ride the whole run with his mouthguard in his helmet? I didn't see him take that out. It's pretty impressive.
I'm surprised he didn't fall out.
Just laid. No, he didn't. You can. See, I'm pretty sure you can see there. Just sitting down a little bit.
Just felt like he was hanging on a bit towards the end. And yeah.
No grab. Bit flapping fish up high there. So next in, it's one of Tommy Pyatt's charges. Sheng Haipen out of Hebei. On back-to-back Asia Cups at Tiger Ridge back in March this year. He's done a couple of World Cups as well, but still pretty new to Sheng.
Switch right 10 on the first hit. Switch left 7. Right court 9. You saw him charge up for that left 12 there and absolutely stomped it.
He wanted that, didn't he? So fascinating with Chinese half pipe at the moment across ski and snowboard. They've got that indoor pipe and it is like, it's a glacier, essentially. It's just sheet ice. And I do wonder if you can learn to ride an icy indoor half pipe, is it easier or is it harder when you come out and start skiing something like this?
I would say it's far less scary being on that slightly softer wall, but you know, even a soft wall comes with its challenges of its own, you know.
Yeah, because in essence, half pipe, I had this explained to me by a half pipe coach once. Half pipe is a race between the coping. The faster you can go between the coping, the bigger you're going to go, the more time you've got for your tricks. So actually, half pipe skis should, in theory, start to look more like twin tip race skis. Because you need to have really good side cut. You need to have incredible edges. Like 87.5 degree razor blades. Okay, next in Moon Hee-sung out of Korea. We've already seen Lee Seung-hun ripping that first qualifying heat to bits, but he has got quite a bit of form. Moon is the Korean national champ for 2024, which earned him his World Cup spot. He also got 10th at the Youth Olympics on home snow in Korea this year. So let's see, scored a qualified 68.5. That spot held by Tristan Feinberg at the moment. Finn Melville-Ives, Luke Harold, Hunter Hess and Nick Geiser above him in the top 4.
Switch 7 at the top. Into the right cork 9 stale.
He's got that really interesting style that you see in people who are just starting to build their runs, where he's almost stopping at the top of the transition and then there's no flow out of the top of the pipe. So Moon looked a little bit, yeah, the body language says it all there. Not happy with that run. I was going to say looked a little bit disappointed, but no, he's fully fledged disappointed there.
Just reaching back for the fast ski there on the right cork 9.
Yeah, and he hasn't got that. They're more slaps for the grabs, aren't they? That one, the safety was okay, but I got the tail grabs, but slaps.
And the 10 at the end.
That was solid. Coach is happy with it. Look at that. Dylan Marino with some proper yogic breathing up at the top there, really settling himself in.
Brother of Erin, who we saw in Heat 1.
I think they're twins, aren't they? Massive amplitude.
Right cork 9 to the moon. Same with the switch left 7. And a huge right 12. That camera angle really doing that trick justice. Reaching back for the blunt on the left dub 12, but kind of missed it, but he'll still be happy to put one down.
Let's see. I mean, I don't know. It's a difficult one with judging at the moment. We've seen a couple of interesting grabs go unpunished. I mean, the execution looked pretty good to me, but I'll take your lead on this.
Besides the one grab in the left 12, I think the rest of the run was pretty flawless.
Yeah.
Riding through the transition from shade to slush really strongly.
Did well to bring that in.
Yeah, just let go of that slightly early, but
Yeah.
fine details.
Yeah, it is. I think that's a really small one. He did actually get the grab on there. Scores come in 75 for Dylan Marino. So he pushes Tristan Feinberg out of the top 5. We've got 20 men in this heat, and at the moment, the top 5 are looking pretty strong from 75 and up. Finn Melville-Ives on a 91.75, Luke Harold on an 89.5, Hunter Hess on an 82, and Nick Geiser on a 77.5. Dylan Marino has just moved up into the top 5 there. So we've got Robin Brigay of Switzerland and Gustav Legnavsky of New Zealand still to come here.
It's been a long wait for these boys, waiting to drop right at the very end. So
Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of itching at this stage, aren't you?
yeah, for sure.
Watching the tram lines get built up in the pipe. Conditions here at Cardrona, nearly perfect. Really good. Not too warm. The wind's dropped off as the day's gone on, and we've got a little bit more like that. High haze. It's just broken up a little bit. We've got diffused sun, which is about perfect. Good visibility, but without direct sunlight on this right-hand wall. So up at the top, last man, penultimate man to drop in, out of Crown, Montana, one of the new emerging freestyle hubs of the Alps in Europe, Robin Brigade. They've got the Elia Chalet Skate Park, they've got the Elia Wave, and they've invested heavily in their on-mountain park and pipe setup.
Just suffering a bit on amplitude in that left 12.
You're getting tied up a tiny bit through the middle of that run, but salvaging it towards the end there.
Definitely.
So,
Pretty sure I saw a flat 7 in there. You don't see that trick too often in a half-pipe competition, the way he did it.
giving a little shout out as well. So let's have a look at this second hit.
Looked like he got a bit caught up on the way up the wall.
And potentially that early let go on the grab saw him just open up a bit, and maybe that's why he came in a little bit under-rotated. And down here to that 9. So
Gustav Legnowski on course.
he
Olympian in
literally,
2022.
he grew up here, didn't he? His dad, Pete, a coach. His mum, Bridget, managed the resort for many years. Powerhouse of pipe skiing.
Looking really strong as he makes his way through the pipe. Both doubles on the right-hand skier's right wall was done pretty perfectly, and the flat 5 at the end to top off. He'll be happy with that, I'm sure.
Oh, he's giving nothing away at the moment. Proper poker face on that. Bit of chat down at the bottom. Yes,
So easy as an athlete to pick all the little details that you think you've messed up on in the run, but
well, you have to be a perfectionist, don't you?
at this standard, yeah.
So solid amplitude first, who dropped a little bit on that third hit. That was big.
Effortless flat 5 at the end.
Okay, the score to qualify is a 75. Gustav coming in with a 63.75. So that's our first run and done. and we'll reset. They've got 2 runs here, but Finn Melville-Ives leads us out with a 91.75 ahead of Luke Harold. The New Zealand duo dominant at the top of the standings. There's daylight there of 7.5 points down to Hunter Hess. Nick Geiser a bit below that, and Dylan Marino in 5th. Tristan Feinberg out in 6th. Liam Richards, that 65 and change working for him. He's got a platform to build on in 7th, but some decent names down at the bottom there. Hunter Matim and Aaron Blunk, ones to watch out for potentially moving up as we go straight back to the top of the order. And it's Brendan McKay in 3rd place. No, oh wow, bib number 3 on a 32.25. Brendan McKay definitely going to have a say in that top 5.
Huge switch. 9.
Gigantic.
Switch cork 7, going deep, but still manages to maintain his speed into the right 12. And just nearly letting it slip. Hanging on the left cork 9 at the end.
I got the feeling on the 3rd trick, it was almost like he'd let it go.
Nearly, very nearly, yeah.
It was almost like he gave up. Bo Wells giving him the knuckles there.
Really displayed his strength as a skier to maintain, just to land the rest of that run after the bobble.
And even with what could be classed as quite a serious execution issue, when you've got this kind of amplitude, I do think it's going to balance out that execution issue. I think this will be a top 5 score. Let's have another look at the landing on this 3rd trick.
Almost looked like he was reaching back for a tail grab there.
It didn't actually, like there was at no point was there a part of his body on the snow supporting him. No. So it's a sketch, but it's not a total instability. Judges going to earn their money in the next 30 seconds. Let's see what they've got. At the moment, it's a 75 to qualify. I'd be surprised if that's not high 70s, early 80s.
I'd expect it to just jump into the bottom of the bubble score. Brendan would like to be higher than that, obviously, but...
Well, especially when he knows he's got the likes of Aaron Blunk still to go behind him. Dylan Marino's going to have another bite of that cherry, as is Hunter Hess, so potentially needs something pretty big here. So still waiting on that score. 76. It puts him just
in the bubble.
Oh. He's just above Dylan Marino, but first skier in with 19 people still to drop. That's not where he wants to be. Hunter Hess currently in 3rd on an 82-point score. Let's see what he can bring to the party this time round.
Just keep an eye on his first trick and his last trick, the 2 really unique standout points of his run, in my opinion.
Okay.
The control on the switch 5 he did in his first run, just to hold that to switch, very impressive.
Rocks back on the skis, throws himself into the pipe. Used that trailing arm just to steady himself, didn't he?
And the lead mute in the switch right 10, very difficult to reach that far. Left 12, ducking into the late second flip so late again. And the right 12.
Ooh. And another skier. I think I've got a feeling with an 82, Hunter Hess might be close to safe there, but it's going to be a nervous wait.
We might be seeing him in finals, but we'll definitely be seeing him on Sunday night in the Magma Premiere. Wanaka Bullock Bar.
You're looking forward to that one?
Very much. Nico's transition part coming out, new Magma video, and the Irvin siblings, all with videos to watch.
Yeah, we're fast arriving at that time of year when there's no shortage of content making its way out. But that's quite an exceptional showing when you think of it like that, isn't it? Okay, Aaron Blunk is currently down in 17th place on a 42.25. So a lot of work for the big man to do. 28 years old, a veteran of pipe skiing.
Lovely flat 3 mute grab at the top. Just felt like he got a bit stuck up on the switch dub 9 there.
Yeah, tiny bit slower than last time. He only just had enough to air for it on his first run, and it's not getting any colder here.
Heartbreak Hotel on the last hit there.
Head in hands with a little jab for the pole as he left. He's not happy about that one. Skis straight out the finish area. That Grom's kind of looking at him a little bit confused. What's up? Okay. Back up to the top again. Nick Geiser. Done a lot of good work on the NORAMs in the last couple of years. Done really well in Calgary each time. Loves that pipe. He's won both NORAMs in 2023 and 2024.
Currently sat in 4th, 1 spot out of the bubble spot. Currently qualified.
Yeah, I'd love to see him better this. See what he can do here.
Switch alley-oop dub 9 to the left.
So hard bringing that in.
Into the right side 9 lead tail. And the left 12. Squatting out a deep landing there again and a flat 3 at the end.
Oh, and he gives it a little tap. He's happy with that one. So Nick Geiser, that's 77.5, good enough for 4th at the moment.
From an execution standpoint, it was pretty good, but it's just amplitude on that skier's right-hand side wall was maybe dwindling towards the end of the run.
Yeah, over here. I mean, when you're comparing it to Brendan McKay's,
yeah,
it wasn't there from the start. So now back to Cassidy Jarrell, 25-year-old out of Aspen. So currently looking for 76 or better.
Switch 7 safety on the first wall into the right cork 9 lead tail. Left 10 lead tail, very nicely executed. Switch right 7 into the dub 12 to finish. And just stomping the landing.
He made that look so clean and tidy, didn't he?
He did.
He kind of wrapped it up, put a bow on it, and then delivered it. Very, very good statement at the end of that run for Cassidy Jarrell.
We'll definitely see an improvement on the 47.5.
Yeah. But
is it going to be enough to push into the bubble?
That's the question, isn't it? Is there... So let's have a look. Maybe a touch simple first hit, but he gets stuck into it here. I think he might be a little bit light up top. You look at Brendan McKay's run, who is the current bubble spot. And I always say with pipe, one trick a run does not make. It's you've got to have more than just one big trick. 73, the score comes in. So that's 7th place, just behind Dylan Marino, pushing Tristan Feinberg and Liam Richards down. Now, though, Eugene Morris, another of the Americans.
Nice switch left 7 tail grab there. Left 9 seatbelt and a right dub 12. And just hanging on towards the end of the run there.
Interesting one for Eugene Morris. Oh, and he gets a flex on that. Oh, he wanted the break then, did he?
Yeah, looked like it.
Oh, that is frustration.
Strong poles he's got to
Yeah.
withstand that. The first of Murray Buchan's child prodigies. Both sat in 1 and 2 currently.
He's doing well, isn't he? That's going to be a pat on the back for Murray. I mean, there's been fantastic work done across the board, from whether it's at the top of the tree with Tom Wilmot, whether it's Tommy Pyatt, Brad Prosser, they've all had a hand. Even you could say Miguel, Nico, all the Wells boys have had a hand in developing this talent. But Finn Melville-Ives leading the second heat of qualifying here at Cardrona, drops in for his second run.
Big question, are we going to see the improvement? Huge switch 10.
And the improvement being a 16 to finish, maybe?
Potentially. We know he's got it in his locker.
No.
Just staying with a 12. Smart call.
Yeah.
And the dub flat 9 at the bottom. Really nice how he does that dub flat 9 with the mute grab. Super orbital rotation.
Getting a bit of a spray in there as well. There's definitely some banter going on between the boys. Bo and Ollie. And Finn. They're baiting him there. Finn's so much energy. So, up at the top again, Connor Ladd. An improvement for Finn Melville Ives, just come in 94.75 for Finn.
Double flare at the top into a right corner, 10. He got how did he still throw the switch 7?
How did he not end up just skiing straight into the transition there? That could have been the ultimate brick wall stop, but so quite a bit of movement up at the top at the moment, but Brendan McKay still holding on to that top 5 spot, just behind Nick Geiser, Hunter Hess, Luke Harold and Finn Melville Ives. Connor Ladd, not too sure about that one from him. Looks a bit despondent down there.
Just saw a fist pump from Finn again. He's really, really happy to be at the top spot.
Well, anytime you claim that top spot and then you improve, just putting it even further out of reach, it's always a big one. So we just saw Connor Ladd. Now it's the turn of Tristan Feinberg to get in. He was holding the bubble spot with a 68.5 in the first, at the end of the first run. So bit of work for Taz to do here, Tom.
Definitely. But still, one of my favourite guys to watch ride a half pipe. When he can do it, when he does it well, it looks effortless.
Well, he's going to need to tap into that here. That 76 may seem like a middle of the road score, but it's a really high level of skiing. It was that belongs to Brendan McKay. He was stratospheric. Had one big instability on his third hit, but otherwise it was a big, big run. So yeah, you've got to be pretty handy and switched on here. That's what Tristan Feinberg's going to need. Really settling down for this one. Oh, not rushing it at all.
Switch drop in on the left-hand wall, looking over his left shoulder. Switch 7 tail.
It was big as well.
And a big right 12. Lovely left 12 back-to-back, mirroring those tricks. The alley-oop 9. Oh, just you.
Yeah, we were going to say the same thing, popping so hard off the wall.
Yeah.
Landed so flat. You could see him drifting out, even in the shadow. So unfortunate, because that was definite finals material, 100%. I think.
That alley-oop trick he fell on at the end. No one else is really doing that alley-oop cork 9, so...
Where do you think he would have gone fifth and final hit?
I would have... I'm not sure. I would have liked to see him do a nice flat 5. He does that trick so well.
Okay, now it's the turn of Luke Harold, currently in second place. Is he going to close the gap again on Finn Melville Ives? Loves opening with that 12. Ooh!
Couldn't quite hold it together on the back-to-back 12s there.
Yeah.
It's definitely a statement doing those tricks out the gate.
Well, I think he knew what Finn had done, and he knew what it was going to take to reel him in. I do wonder, the first 12 was beautiful, really big.
It's super strong on the landing too.
Yeah. It's whether it was... It's hard, isn't it? Because the back-to-back 12s, like you say, would have been a huge statement, but just for having to force it. And I wonder if he knew coming in, if he thought, oh, I'm a bit tight here. Maybe not sure I've got this.
Definitely. I think the athletes will know. All the athletes know on the takeoff how big they might go, how small they might go.
Yeah, how hard do you rip the spin according to that?
These constant calculations that the athletes are doing in their head midway through the run.
Okay, so Luke Harold scratches that second run, which means it's now the turn of the Canadian, Quincy Barr. He's just waiting for these side slippers. Gets a fresh pipe to rip through here. He's going to want it. It's on a 58, 13th place at the moment. Just stares in there. Skips round to switch.
Switch left 9 out the gate. You saw him lose so much speed in the transition there. Still managing to squeak the 12 round very cleanly.
Well, we talked about going lower. He's having to rip through these tricks, isn't he? Got a bit more on the end there. A little bit of amplitude.
Definitely was able to regain something back for the final hit.
So, Quincy Barr just starting his World Cup journey. And one of those riders, that next generation, who have got their eyes set firmly on Milan. Qualifying does start here as the first of our Chinese athletes, He Bing-an, drops in. Actually got an 8th here at the Junior World Champs in 2018 in half-pipe. He's got a bit of history with this pipe. Oh, shoulder barge that landing. It's almost a body check.
I'm surprised he's able to keep going. Throwaway score there for He Bing-an.
Unchanged at the top, though. Finn Melville still on a 94.75. Fellow New Zealander Luke Harold is in second on an 89.5. And it's Hunter Hess, Nick Geiser and Brendan McKay. As Vincent Maharavo drops in. Slope and big air specialist. Crossed the floor to pipe.
Huge left 12 out the gate, but just couldn't stick that landing. He's going to keep going, though.
He's loving that deck chair move.
Yeah.
He's giving it up now.
Strong knees on the boy.
Oh, disappointing one. Because that was swinging for the fences. Anytime you see someone coming in for the 12 first hit, it's a shame. Could have been a big statement run. Now back up to the top with Liam Richards. He's currently in 9th place, but he finished the first run in 7th. He's been leapfrogged a bit, but he's got some tech tricks in this run. Can he tidy it up and get the score he wants?
I love that 0 spin at the top.
So much harder than it looks.
Switch left double 10. And the right cork 9. You spoke about it before, being a smaller athlete. It's quite hard to maintain that speed.
Yeah, and you can see it. He went in hard. The switch 0's amazing, then the 10. But the amplitude's just ebbing away there by the 3rd hit. As you come back out, Hunter Matin. Yeah, another one of the 8 Americans in here, just 16 years old. He was the US national champ, got 5th at the Youth Olympic Games this year in half-pipe. Skating in there, looked like Bodie Miller coming out the start of the Kitzbühel hut.
An alley-oop flat 5 on the start. And the left dub 12 with a safety grab. Right cork 9, lead Japan. And down the pipe 7. Into the switch 5 to finish.
Lovely, very smooth. It's not giving... You can't tell anything from the body language there.
Keeping his cards close to his chest. Maybe just a few mishaps with the grabs towards the end of the run, but clean landings nonetheless.
So, Liam Richards didn't improve on his score as predicted with that unfortunate fall. But Hunter Matin, currently on a 37. You've got to say this one's going to step up. I don't think it's going to be into the 76s, though, Tom.
I don't think so either. I think that just the difficulty was a bit too shy.
Yeah, so 59.25. Got a couple of scores in the 70s. Got quite a few scores in the 60s at the moment, but that 76 proving elusive to so many skiers who are chasing it down in this second run as Sheng Haipan of Hebei drops in.
Switch right 9 on the first shady wall. Switch left 7. You can really see how much slower that wall is. Yeah, I think this is a throwaway.
Yeah. Little bit of power there, but pretty obvious from the start that it wasn't going to push it up into the 76s. So coming into the business end of second runs here, Just 4 skiers left to drop. The next to which is Moon Hee-sung of South Korea. We've already had one South Korean skier, Lee Seung-hun. He qualified in 2nd place behind Alex Ferreira in Heat 1. Absolutely dynamite. Certainly Moon hasn't lit up this 2nd qualifying heat in the same way, but still got 1 run left to go. Let's see if he can get through this. Just waiting for the off from the start marshal.
Opting for the switch drop in. And switch left 7, just getting a bit stuck up again. Right cork 9, lead tail. With a nice, good amplitude on the left 9. Alley-oop flat 5, a staple trick for any half-pipe skier.
And he ran out of pipe there, didn't he? We've talked about that so many times. Just can't take off beyond, when you start to lose the vert, can't take off there. It's too hard to pull yourself back in. Dylan Marino is currently in 6th place. He's just a point behind Brendan McKay, fellow countryman. His brother Evan, I think, had struggled in Heat 1.
Into the final 3, so meaning Luke and Finley Melville-Ives are both safe at the top in 1 and 2.
Yeah, 2 Kiwis qualified.
Humongous switch 10 here.
That is big for Dylan Marino. Oh, and the dead sailor. Nothing going on. What's he done? Just obviously wasn't feeling it. Oh, that is a cruel finish for Dylan Marino, finishing 6th. Just 1 point behind Brendan McKay and qualification. So 2 skiers left to drop now.
Solidifying Hunter Hess into the final 2.
Yeah, still a scary wait for Nick Geiser and Brendan McKay as Robin Breguet of Switzerland drops in.
Switch right 7 at the top. Can he maintain the amplitude? Squeaking the dub 12 round.
No business bringing that in.
A flat 7. Oh, just looks like he did something to his shoulder on the landing of the flat 7 there.
Oh, hopefully that's not too bad.
And the final rider to drop, Gustav Legnovsky.
Let's see what Guzzi's got here. Opting to drop from that right wall.
Super strong skier, as we've seen in the first run. Switch right 9. Into the switch left 10. Right cork 9. And then ticking all 4 directions with the left 12 and just landing back seat.
Oh!
That's going to cost him a spot in the final.
That would have been so close, wouldn't it?
Which means Brendan McKay's held on to the 5th spot, bubble spot, for nearly the whole second run.
Yep. He got the first of the second round qualifiers. He was first to drop. But Guzzi, look at that. He's straight out of there. He will be so upset about that. That was a really, really strong run in the making there.
Definitely had potential to squeak into that final.
So we'll take a look at those results. All smiles for the locals, with Finn Melville-Ives and Luke Harold at the top of the standings in qualification Heat 2, ahead of Hunter Hess and Nick Geiser. Brendan McKay, so happy to squeak in 5th. Heartbreak for his countryman Dylan Marino in 6th. Some big names not going. Liam Richards will be very pleased with that 65.75. Didn't go his way in the second run, but that first run score put a decent number on the board and has given him invaluable experience. Case of what might have been for Gustav there in 11th. But some big names out here. You look down there, Aaron Blunk not making it through in 18th. He'll be heartbroken about that one. So our finalists are now set. We have our top 10 from both Heat 1 and Heat 2. Advancing to the finals, which are scheduled for tomorrow. We do have a fair bit of weather coming in this evening, though, so the call will be made on that contest tomorrow morning. But right now, we are going to wait for the women's qualification, which will be coming up at around 11:05. We'll be back on air. First riders will be dropping at 11:10. So we'll see you in almost exactly 30 minutes.
Any daddy? Nah.
I want a fresh one in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. I was just at the top.
Yeah, thank you, man.
You like a muffin?
Oh, nothing is great.
Do you need anything?
I've requested a battery. referee is going to do a battery change. most of them are. I don't think there's any.
Oh, God.
Whatever.
I wouldn't. I mean, I normally hit the same wall and then run and then do them training, but it's just fucking been pretty frustrating. What time are they going to try and start? Must be soon. I think that's fucking around too much. Pumping through it.
What are you on?
100 to 300. That's 2 per hour. I've been shooting it with a 200 to 600 bottom, put it 2 times on it, it's super sharp. But now that there's a little bit of sun, it's nice to get wide, but it's just so hard to predict. Even if this is a second hit, it can be anywhere from there to there.
Building a house, mate. Green. Brick. He brought me that the other day. So old, didn't even have watt hours. And I was like, what is this? Is this a one? I think it's a 150. Yeah. Yes. I mean, you could probably work it out if you had that. Got a 150. Oh yeah, go on. I've got 14.4 volts. Yep. And 8.1. Oh no. Might be a 200. 6. Oh no. Ampere. 44. 6.8. Oh sorry, they're the same. They're the same. Yeah. So I'd say this is a 150. That's 6.8, 8.1. Yeah. But it's old, so it's like the battery's draining anyway, and it's just an old tech. So it's the thought that counts in bringing it. Yeah, it'll probably take like 2 hours or 3 days to charge it up. I did have lost one of my big bricks. I got 200. It's quite that old. Left it on a shoot on Clyde River, Clyde Drive. Find it. And then your gutter, it's like $500 battery. I need to invest in more. If I have to edit, it's so much more than the small mirrorless one. Even though the mirrorless is rad.
No, I'll edit tomorrow.
probably shot at 14 mil, dropped it to 24, and it was beautiful. What have you got set up for your focus? Ah, yeah, the tilter.
But like, just for effect.
It's yeah, because I can't get my head around the fact that I can look towards me and the focus is away from me. It does, my brain doesn't work. Is it actually lit up?
Yeah, it like, I was like, oh, what's that smell? And he was like, oh, fuck, it's smoking on there.
Which one is it?
Like, get me behind the scenes on that. I got a third on that one. Aaron, you've got batteries, have you, or not?
Yeah, I do, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, sweet. Swap you out.
No. I think somebody up top might have taken my first hit.
Oh, there's no...
Maybe call it in. Sorry.
take that from there.
Yeah. Do you want to bend them out? Did Joe say that?
Yeah, someone's bringing you one.
Yep. Need anything else?
You're doing the sniff test on the battery.
Alpine Resort. We've got a start list of Amy Fraser, Dylan Glennie, the two Canadians opening up, Svea Irving, and then the three Chinese all in a row, Eileen Gu, Li Fanghui and Zhang Kexin. Piper Arnold, the young pipe skier out of Sierra at Tahoe, following in the footsteps of quite a few gold medal alumni out of Sierra at Tahoe. Zoe Atkin, definitely one to watch. The young Kiwi Sylvia Trotter, going right before the Korea gold medalist, Beijing silver medalist Cassie Sharp in her first World Cup since 2022. Since the Games, she's been focusing on being a mum. Top 23 rounded out. You would have just seen Kelly Sildaru there. But first skier in, Amy Fraser out of Canada. So from Calgary, at a scorcher of a 24 season. Rolls into that flare. Oh, just holding on to that last hit there as well. So joining me in the booth, Tom Greenway. How you doing, Tom?
Very well, very well. Glad to see this competition underway.
Yeah, we had a little. If you're watching the break there, you would have seen that there was quite a bit of cloud hanging around, just getting clagged, but it's cleared. It's given us a bit of a window here. So we're getting things underway. 23 women with 2 runs. So Amy Fraser with an 83.5 on the board. Judges going high with that first run score. Now it's the turn of Dylan Glennie.
Nice right 5 with a mute grab on the first hit. Carrying amplitude for the flare, just whiffing the grab a little bit. Right 7, squeaking it round. And the switch 5. Can she make one more hit? Not quite.
She got thrown around a bit quite a lot in the flat bottom there, didn't she?
Definitely, yeah. The pipes definitely softened up a little bit since the boys were on this morning. So a little bit challenging for the women going into this late morning, but...
Couple of decent results for Dylan Glennie in 2024 in the Northern Hemisphere season. Got a 5th in Mammoth and a 5th in China at Secret Garden. Yeah, just opened up on that, didn't she? Did well, though. Held on to it. But you could see the amplitude starts dropping. She pops off that wall, I think, on the 4th hit. Okay, next up, it's the turn of Svea Irving. She watched her brother qualify earlier this morning out of Winter Park, Colorado. Bronze at X Games 2023, silver at X Games 24.
Strong start for the Irving siblings this morning, so can Svea back up Burke's success.
Big hit there to kick things off.
Left flat 5 into left 9, both times going quite big and deep. Right 7 into the switch 3. And finishing it off with a right 5.
Oh, the right...
Squeaking in a left 5 double grab safety to Japan.
That's quite nice because I felt like the only execution issue was on the right 5.
Definitely,
like she slipped the grab a little bit there, but everything else looked really, really tidy. Tell you what, the judges could find themselves in an interesting, getting a hug off Jessie Violet there as well, the free rider. Judges could find themselves in an interesting place here because you've got Amy Fraser on an 83.5, that huge first run score. And then Svea Irving come in on a 77.5. Now it's the turn of the woman who had almost a perfect season in 2024. She had 1 second place, but she is reigning X Games champ and reigning World Cup champion. She took the Crystal Globe in 2024. There's no reason at this stage to suggest things will be any different in 2025. But let's see. China's Eileen Gu ready to drop.
Not to forget current Olympic champion.
Oh, yeah.
As well. After having 3 medals in 1 Games.
Unbelievable. From a snow standpoint, that is so rare, isn't it?
The classic double grab on the right side 9. Mirrors those tricks so well with brilliant amplitude.
Right and left 9.
First switch hit of the run, switch left 3, Japan. And if I'm right in saying she goes back-to-back flat 5s here, or no? Just a single one.
Just a gentle little punch of the fist there to celebrate that one. An arm in the air. Another very, very solid run. And by Eileen Gu's standards, it's well within herself. But I think that we'll see the score come in. A 92 for Eileen Gu. So she leads the standings as Li Fanghui of China, countrywoman, drops in.
Nice air to switch there. Into the switch right 5. And switch left 7. Displaying both directions, but just getting a bit stuck up on the softer wall, skier's right wall.
There's something up there. She's not, like the body language, the way that, even the way she dropped into the pipe, it didn't feel like she was in attack mode to me.
Didn't look super confident, and you've really got to be confident riding the half pipe of this magnitude.
Yeah, we did see someone take a bit of a hit in practice, but we couldn't quite see over the lip as to who it was. So it might have been Li Fanghui. Now, though, it is the turn of Zhang Kexin, the 22-year-old out of Harbin City, 4th at the World Champs in Georgia in 2023. Had a good year that year. It took a 3rd in Calgary, a 1st at Mammoth as well. So she's got 2 top 10 finishes at the Olympics. Got a 7th in China, a 9th in Korea. So she's got some decent results under her belt. She actually got bronze at the Junior World Championships down here in 2018 as well. So sets off into the pipe. She's chasing a 92 from Eileen Gu.
Right 7 tail grab on the first hit.
Little bit over the nose of the skis through the flats.
Definitely, but regaining control as she goes down the run.
Yeah, looking a little bit more composed now.
Left 7. Into the switch right 3. 5.
Ooh. It's a cheeky one for the judges to mull over as she makes her way out of the pipe. I love that. There's a culture with a lot of the Chinese skiers, I think. They're just all business at the bottom.
Definitely.
There's no waving, there's no claiming. It's like, get me back up the top, I can do better.
Definitely. An impressive resume from someone who's only 22.
Yeah. Okay, Piper Arnold out of Sierra at Tahoe. Got a 3rd in the NORAM overall in 2024. Got a 4th at the Youth Olympic Games in Korea. And a bronze at the Junior World Champs halfpipe in Leisan in 2022. So she's got all of those really heavy junior results. She's in the process of now translating that into elite level World Cup competition. Just shakes off the nerves and drives into the pipe.
Left 7 out the gate. Into the switch right 3.
She's got the worst of the visibility so far as well.
Searching for her grabs as she makes her way down. Right 5. Nice mute grab in the straight air there.
Proper kick up.
Into the right 7.
Okay, so execution-wise, strong and really, really comfortable in all of those tricks. Maybe just lacking a bit in amplitude.
Definitely, yeah. You saw it on the last hit, just not quite reaching out the coping there, but
yeah, and straight back up to the top. She wants to go harder on that. Now, one of the veterans, 29 years of age, Sabrina Kakmakli out of Germany. She started, I think she got gold at halfpipe junior world champs in 2014. Got a 14th in Sochi, 8th in Korea, and a 12th in Beijing. 3 games.
Left 5 tail grab there. Into the right 5 mute. It's really starting to pick up the clouds.
Yeah, there's weirdly, there's still a little bit of sun and shadow there. There's a bit of definition as she makes her way further down the pipe.
Air to switch on the last hit. Nice touch to finish off.
Okay, so solid first run. Competition veteran, Sabrina Kakmakli. She knows what it takes on days like this. Just get a score on the board, and then you can work out where you stand for those second runs and decide how hard you want to push second run. So Zoe Atkin, silver at X Games in 2024, gold at X Games in 2023. I've written in my notes here that but for Eileen Gu, Zoe Atkin would be one of the most dominant skiers in women's halfpipe. She has had, you look down through all of her results over the last couple of years, she's had so many second places to Eileen, it's not funny. And it's really hard, but she is chasing. And that adversity, sometimes that's what builds the fight. So far, results are coming in for the first 7 skiers down. Eileen Gu on a 92, Amy Fraser 83.5, Jean Kexin on an 80.
So we're just giving Jo Schuster, the coach, a fist bump before she composes herself to drop in.
So we've got 23 women. They'll be cut down to 8 for the final.
Deep breath before you drop into this half pipe is definitely required.
Well, it was Novak Djokovic, wasn't it? He said, if I could give any young athletes advice, it would be breath work. Just settle yourself, set yourself up.
Huge amplitude on the left 5, probably the biggest we've seen so far. Into the right 7. Switch left 3, Japan grab. And right 5, lead tail. Alley-oop 5. 3, sorry.
Yeah.
Into the switch 3.
So plenty of variation on the rotations. So much amplitude up at the top, but it just faded gently, didn't it?
Definitely.
And it's, for me, that's, if I feel that as a commentator, you know the judges have spotted it.
For sure.
So plenty of camaraderie down at the bottom of the pipe there.
She'll be happy to put one down in that first run. I'd expect to see it sit maybe between Eileen and Amy Fraser.
Yeah, well over double head on that first hit. Really, really strong.
And maintaining amplitude into the switch left hit.
Yeah. She's just about head height, and then it starts to fade just a little bit here. She bounces out of the coping rather than up. But plenty of hits, really solid execution. So an 85.25, you called it perfectly, Tom. She slotted in right in between Eileen Gu and Amy Fraser. So next skier in, Riley Jacobs out of Vail, Colorado. Super consistent finals performer through all of last season. Got a really solid rundown as well. So bubble score at the moment of 51.75, but if that isn't up in the early to mid-70s by the end of this comp, I'll be very surprised.
It was a solid right cork 9 on the first hit there.
Oh, and then drifting, chasing her tips down the pipe there. Travelled a long way, wasn't able to get the amplitude she wanted, but she's recovered now.
Nice, she'll be happy with that.
I love that, just bouncing out of that little berm that's starting to develop at the end of the pipe. So, Riley Jacobs just getting a little bit of chat down there.
There's nice camaraderie between these female half-pipe skiers at the bottom.
Well, you get that. I always think there's the realisation, men's or women's, that you're actually competing against yourself, not each other. You can only do what you can do. So when you've got each other's back, it creates that lovely atmosphere. You can actually go out there and enjoy yourself, and it takes away the nerves. Certainly, I always feel like there's a little bit less mind games in the women's than there are in the men's.
They seem to be a lot more civil.
Okay, Sylvia Trotter, local out of Wanaka, New Zealand. Got 6th of the Junior World Champs in big air here last year. Can ski anything. Get that left 5 up top.
Right 3 into left 3. Into switch left 3. Right 5. Into the left 3. Will we see one more? Switch right 3.
The little tail tap in there as well. I like that.
Adding some flavour for sure.
Really, she's got that lovely quiet style. She's got a smile up there as well. You've got to say, I think she probably, you need to add a little bit of amplitude in there, but at the same time, she's got the executions down. She's built that run carefully. So Sylvia on a 41.5 outside those top 8 spots. Cassie Sharp, gold in 2018. She actually got, I think it was down here in 2017. She won Winter Games World Cup. And that was the one that, for me, I saw that result come through, and that kind of put her on the map ahead of Korea. She claimed that gold in Korea, took the silver behind Eileen in Beijing, and then has totally checked out. Hasn't competed since Beijing. She's got a daughter, Lou, who I think is just over a year old now. And she's decided she's coming back. So she looks like she's enjoying herself. I can't wait to see. It's going to be really interesting to see where she's at with this.
Definitely got a good mindset going into this after such a long time not competing.
Had left and right 10s, 9s, and a lovely switch 7 that she was using in Beijing.
Taking the right cork 9 on the first hit. Into the mirrored left cork 9.
Really nice combo.
First time we've seen that this competition. Right cork 7.
Maybe a hand down. We'll have to look on the replay for that.
Switch left 3 and the flare. Classic.
She's going to squeeze one more.
And the 10.
Oh! That could have been the top spot, maybe?
I think so with that 10 at the bottom. I mean,
Yeah.
for sure.
I think the 10 at the bottom, certainly if the rest had been clean, huge round of applause there down at the bottom as well. Crowd absolutely loving that one. So a bit of work for Cassie Sharp to do as Chen Zihan, youngest competitor in the field. We go straight from oldest at 31 with Cassie Sharp to youngest at 15 with Chen Zihan. Silver at the Halfpipe Youth Olympics. This is her first World Cup. It's only done a couple of competitions, so just popping out the coping there. Building a bit of speed further down. Difficult one for you to call on tricks.
Definitely.
Because they're straight airs with no grabs.
She looks like she's in a bit of pain though, so maybe the crash we saw in the morning was, or in the practice was.
Yeah, she's holding that shoulder, isn't she? Maybe that, yeah.
She definitely looks like she's in some sort.
Yeah, that, I
discomfort.
think you're right. Well spotted. Bit of a knock there. Big hug up top for Nanaho Kiriyama. Nanaho was part of Obsidian, the big continental team competition down here last year. Rode quite a bit of backcountry, got stuck into the rail jam. See what she's got here.
Right 5 mute on the first wall. Into the left 7, just going toe heavy on the landing, but holding it together.
And salvaged almost an air above the coping.
It's definitely docked the amplitude a little bit.
Interesting watching her switch up the grabs as well.
And just a switch left 3 at the end.
Yeah. Again, that run just fading a little bit, maybe amplitude-wise. But Nanaho, Europa Cup champion in 2024. She committed to that Northern Hemi season. So at the moment, scores, Eileen Gu still leading out on a 92. Nanaho Kiriyama slots in to 10th place with a 45. Sabrina Katmackley holding the bubble score at a 55. As we go straight back up to the top, Yang Yujin of South Korea. Been chipping away at the World Cup in recent years, but is just outside the finals cut. Did get a 12th at the World Champs. So Zoe Atkins second, Amy Fraser third.
Switch left 5 up the top. Into the switch right 3. Building amplitude on the left 5. Are we going to see a right side spin here, ticking all the amplitude, ticking all the variety boxes?
He's got the flare, just mix up the axis again.
And the cork 9.
Oh! That could have, this is, you get the feeling like we've got our classic names up at the top there. You've got Amy Fraser, Zoe Atkin, Eileen Gu. Cassie Sharp definitely missing at the moment, but it feels like there's 4 or 5 places in this finals that are really up for grabs at the moment. So 14 skiers in, and the score on the 8th bubble spot is 55. Next in, Zhu Xiu of China.
Taking a time with the drop in.
Yeah, just waiting for that one because the scores come through for Yang Yujin on a 27.5. So, Zhu Just taking her time here. Another one of these Chinese rookies. 19 years old, at a Hebei. She got a 3rd place behind Chen Zihan at the Asia Cup at Tiger Ridge in China. Just had word through from the technical director that we're now on a hold. So cloud playing a little bit of an issue there. Wind, not at all. But Tommy Payat, Nico Porteous' old coach, he's crossed over to China alongside Benny Bright, actually, on the snowboard side of things. And those guys running the half-pipe program for ski and snowboard, respectively. So Tommy probably just having a little word there. Maybe do you think he'd be showing your scores?
I'm not sure. I'm not someone who would like to see a score before I drop in, really.
No.
As you said before, the main battle is with yourself. So if you can go and at least lace one run, put one score down on the board, and then worry about everyone else afterwards.
Yeah, that's what it's about at that stage, isn't it? So we can pull some of these scores apart at the moment. I think Cassie Sharp, we've said, she's sat down on a 27. There's no doubt in my mind that Cassie Sharp has got a run in there, well within herself, if she needs it.
For sure. I would like to see her push that 10 at the bottom. It would be good to see.
But then I tell you what, there's the carrot here of, if let's play devil's avocado and say that finals don't run, there's the carrot here of getting a really solid first World Cup result on the board and taking the pressure off World Cup qualifying.
Definitely.
If you're getting a top 5 result here, you can sit back. There'll be a lot of skiers thinking about that.
For sure. There'll be a lot of athletes here that want to make a strong start to Milan for the qualification process for Milan. So, although it's kind of nerve-wracking going into the first World Cup of the season, everyone wants to get the ball rolling pretty quickly.
Yeah, the issue here, even though we've got great light up at the top of the pipe, there's a tiny bit of cloud sat down at the bottom, and the judges are using, right in the centre of the picture there, is what's called the trench cam. That is the main judging position. So everyone gets judged on exactly the same shots. The judges are getting a feed from that camera, and that's what it looks like at the moment. So judges can't actually make out the details of tricks. So
looks like it might be underway.
Yeah. And so judges have just said that they can see enough coming out of that bottom camera. So we will get back on course with Zhu Siyu, young Chinese. Drops in.
Right cork 7 with the lead tail into the switch left 5, finding the safety grab just at the end. Mirroring with a switch right 3. And the left 7.
Bit corked on that for a second, but she got away with it.
Switch right 5, and she's all done. Nice to put a run down. After waiting in the start gate for that long, it's definitely a nerve-wracking place to be.
Yep. Tell you what, there's a party atmosphere developing down there, Tom. Look at them.
Definitely.
Some big cheers.
Oh, we've got just a strapped-up shoulder there. So.
Yeah, that's Chen Zihan, who we saw earlier on. She obviously really wanted to put a run down so that she could get that score on the board, but disappointment for her. Rachel Carker out of Canada dropping in. So
big right cork 9 on the first hit. Judges will like seeing that amplitude. Mirroring with an even bigger left cork 9. Flare on the left-hand side wall. Into the down the pipe cork 7. One of the better looking tricks in the pipe, in my opinion. Switch alley-oop 5 or 3.
She's claiming that one as well. Stoked on it.
As I would too. That was a really, really solid run. The 2 9s at the top, both like well above coping.
Yeah. Out of Calgary, one of my favourite things about Rachel is that she used to be a ballet dancer.
Interesting.
Yeah, and there's that. I always see it in her. I can't not see it in her skiing. That really delicate, fine touch.
Yeah.
Emma Morizumi out of Canada, next in. So, got a couple of decent results. Top 12s on the World Cup in 2024.
Right 5 on the first wall. Into the left 5, Japan. Right 3, coming in for a first switch hit of the run. Switch 5, Japan. Into the switch right 5. And a switch 3 to finish. Clean, but maybe just lacking a bit of that amplitude.
Yeah, not hanging around for cheers and hugs. Straight back up there. So Rachel Karka's run, 87.75, slots her into second place, just ahead of Zoe Atkin, behind Eileen Gu. Amy Fraser in fourth, Zhang Kexin in fifth, Riley Jacobs sixth, Svea Irving seventh, and Zhu Xiyu, the young Chinese, on 65.5, is on the bubble spot at the moment. Piper Arnold, Sabrina Katmackley, Dylan Glennie being pushed out. Emma Morozumi has just moved into 12th place as we see Zoe Van Essen entering her first World Cup. Dives into this pipe, showing no sign of nerves there.
Left 5 on the softer skier's right-hand wall to start. Right 3. Into a switch left 3.
Controlled that well.
Alley-oop 180. Into the other way, alley-oop 180. And a nice straight air with a safety grab to finish.
So, execution was perfect. Difficulty was dialed down. I'll be really interested to see where this score comes in for us. So next up, Anya Barrow.
Zoe Van Essen with a 39 on the first run.
Okay, so that makes a bit more sense. So Anya diving in on this left wall.
Japan grab to kick things off. Right 5 on the left-hand wall. Into a left 5 on the right-hand wall. Alley-oop 180. Into a down the pipe 360. And a switch right 3. Can she squeeze one more in? Yeah, one more alley-oop 180. Nice clean run there from Anya. Wave into the home crowd. So 3 more riders to drop, one of which being Kelly Soldaru, who needs little introduction.
Nah, none whatsoever. I mean, you look at her list of contests and it's as long as your arm, quite literally. But Wu Yutong getting ready to drop. Needs a 65.5. You can see her just visualizing there. Got a second at the Asia Cup on Tiger Ridge, just 17 years old. It's her first contest outside China, first World Cup.
Left 7, just, got caught up in the transition there. It was hard to see through those clouds, but landing switch on the left 7 and just getting, it seemed to be, looked like she caught an edge.
What'll be interesting, she might yet get a rerun on that because the camera, like there was a lot of cloud in there. I think the trench camera at the bottom, the judge's camera, was struggling to get that. But the fact she went down might change it slightly. It's a little flyby from the Winter Games staff. The World Cup's all part of the Festival of Winter Sport that is Winter Games down here in New Zealand. Free riding, Alpine and Park and Pipe, all visible. Eileen Gu qualifies so far, well, sits in first after the first runner qualifying. 2 runs here. Rachel Karka second, great run from the Canadian. Zoe Atkin third. Amy Fraser in fourth. Zhang Kexin in fifth. Riley Jacobs sixth. Svea Irving seventh. And Zhu Xiyu in 8th. big spread in the scores there, almost 30 points among that qualified top 8, but no shortage of talent behind them that could fight their way up into those top 8 spots with these second runs. Cassie Sharp, probably the main name on everyone's list at the moment, but I'll be interested. It could be difficult here. You can't actually see the bottom of the pipe from the top there, and we get our course on hold graphic. No surprises there, because if you can't see the bottom from the top, you can't see the top from the bottom. So judges can't judge when that is the case. So Amy Fraser has the unenviable task of just sitting up there waiting for go time. Got to say, though, 4th place with that 83.5. I feel like Amy Fraser's pretty safe for a final spot.
You'd think so, yeah. You'd like to think the top 3 or 4 are all going to be really fairly safe. Everyone up in the 80s has got, got a good first run in the bank.
Yeah, we've got 7 skiers there, quite closely linked, less than 12 points between them, maybe a little bit more, but there's a bit of a gap there. Svea Irving is in 7th on a 77.75. Zhu Xiu of China is in 8th on a 65.5. There is a lot of room there for people to slot into that 7th, 8th place, and a lot of talent that could do that. So Amy Fraser sets off, the Canadian, coming off some good results at the end of last season, a 2nd and a 4th in Calgary.
A big left 7 to start, finding the tail grab, and a switch right 3 Japan into a huge left 9, hanging on a little bit in the transition, but still able to make the right 5.
Almost over-rotated on the shoulders, didn't she?
And a left 5.
Oh, and again! It was almost like she was throwing too hard on that skier's right-hand wall.
Definitely. Maybe nerves are playing into account or something along those lines, but she'll be happy, and the judges will obviously reward the amplitude that she maintains throughout the whole run.
Okay, so Amy Fraser opens up the 2nd run of women's half-pipe qualifying here at the first World Cup of the 24-25 season. And she sat in 4th with that first run score. We'll wait for that 2nd run to come in.
Kelly Silderoo just making the final adjustments to outfit before she drops in.
Oh, I apologise. That was Kim Dayan. We weren't back at the top of the order. So, yeah, Kim Dayan, not Amy Fraser.
I wonder how Svea Irving's feeling. Sat on the bubble spot with Kelly Silderoo left to drop.
So Kim Daeun's got an 81.75 out of that. And as you just said, one of the most decorated skiers across park and pipe, you've got to say, still to drop. So, skier out of Tallinn in Estonia. Seeing as we've got course on hold, how about we run through Kelly Sildaroo's hit list? And these are just the highlights. So she got gold at the Halfpipe World Championships in 2019 when she was 12, I think. She got Youth Olympic gold in 2020. Oh, no, not 12, sorry. She would have been 15. First World Cup in Mammoth. She got X Games pipe and slope golds in 2020. 2022, she got X Games pipe gold. She got 4th in the half pipe in China at the Olympic Games and bronze at the slope style. So, I mean, she came away with a medal from that, but like that was a key period where she kind of, in her development as a person and as a skier, it was quite rocky times for her, 2021, 22, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely rocky times, but it's incredibly commendable to be able to keep results like that firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. Yeah, there was definitely, her dad had been managing her, and there was definitely some friction there. That sorted itself out now, and you get the feeling she's back skiing for herself. Hasn't competed since China in 2022, though. So, like Cassie Sharp, it's a real treat to see her back out here. She actually, the interesting thing, she started her career right here in Cardrona in 2016, and that was the start of that early domination 16, 17, 18. She was pretty much first or second at every World Cup she entered and was cleaning up at X Games, as you just heard at the same time. And it's not that different as two Brits sat here in the commentary booth. Estonia's highest mountain is 380 metres, so she's a proper flatlander.
That's flatter than England.
Well, it's... But it's a little bit colder, I think, so they get a bit more snow, but still so talented at such a young age. But there's so much talent now pulling women's halfpipe in so many different directions. You've got Zoe with those big classic airs. You've got Eileen chasing down big spins. You've got
variety at mirroring tricks from Eileen.
Yeah, there's no preference in direction of spin. And you look at how that paid off for Nico Porteous. Yes, he hung a run to the layman. The run was built on back-to-back 16s, but actually was one of the first skiers to spin all four directions, wasn't he?
Definitely, yeah.
And it works. If you can work on that, it takes a bit more time to perfect. There are no quick fixes, no shortcuts. But if you can get all four directions, it doesn't matter whether it's big air pipe or slope, it's going to pay dividends.
It's definitely got to be in the arsenal of a great skier, is spinning all four directions.
Okay, so pretty milky out here. Just trying to finish off this first run of women's qualification. Last skier to drop is Kelly Sildaru. You got great viz up at the top, but you still can't see the bottom of the pipe. So Kelly, that's what it looks like, looking down the pipe towards the finish. And we thought it was going to be overcast, but we were hoping the cloud was going to be a bit above the pipe. Oh, Kelly seems in good spirits, though. So a little recap of the top spots. There's plenty of movement up there, and I'd called kind of low to mid-70s. I've been proved wrong already. Svea Irving is in 8th on a 77.75. Riley Jacobs, 78.75. Jan Kexin on an 80. And then top 5, all in decent 80-point scores. Kim Daeun of South Korea. And you've got Amy Fraser, Zoe Atkin, and Rachel Karker. Eileen Gu on a 92 up at the top. But Rachel Karker looking pretty solid there. And I think you said it's Svea Irving. She's going to be nervous at the moment.
Definitely. But she's got definitely room to improve on that run. So
yeah. Wow, that'd be amazing if we might see the same layer of scoring that we saw with the men's. If Svea improves, if Cassie Sharp lays down her run, then that's going to see us bumping. We'll be very close. We'll be on an 80-point score.
Definitely.
A cut-off for finals. So, unfortunately, that visibility doesn't look like it's improving at the moment. But hopefully there's a pocket in the cloud waiting to clear for us. So, Kim Daeun dropped just before Kelly Sildaru. Knocked in that 81.75, halfpipe junior world champion in 2022. Solid top 10 performer, just 19 years old. Be interesting to see how she deals with that second run. Took her time there. Oh, look at that. It's actually shutting down a little bit further.
Flag's starting to wave a little bit as well, suggesting the wind is picking up.
So there you have it. Eileen Gu dominant at the moment. She'll be playing with that second run. Rachel Karker coming in further down the ranking order, but making her presence felt with that 87.75. Zoe Atkin, business as usual, always up and around the podium spots. Amy Fraser, first to drop, 83.5. Kim Daeun of South Korea on the 81.75, the last skier we saw drop. Shan Ketsin on an 80. Riley Jacobs, 78.75. Svea Irving on that bubble spot. You get the feeling it's not going to be for long once Cassie Sharp and Kelly Sildaru have had a little say in that. Zhu Xiu of China made her presence felt with a 65.5 as well. Piper Arnold rounding out the top 10 at the moment. But so much of this comp still to run. We've got the last rider of first runs and then all of second run to go. And I wouldn't say there's not an awful lot of wind. There's enough breeze, exactly what we want to see at this stage, to potentially move a bit of cloud on, but not enough to make actually skiing a pipe dangerous. So, Kelly Sildaru, without question, Estonia's most famous athlete.
Definitely.
Yep. And I think, don't hold me to this, but there's a fact vaguely back in my brain that I can recall from China, that because she broke her ACL right before Korea, didn't she?
True, yeah.
And she was pretty much that was her nailed on gold. But I think she's first Olympic medalist for Estonia.
True.
But I'm not 100% sure. I have to check that because it's a tiny population. They don't have huge winter sport.
Her brother Henry also competing in the men's category today. Just missing out on finals.
He did, didn't he? So a bit of a wave there from some of the crew down at the bottom. Senor Alto up the back there as well. Bennett Ballot out of Jackson Hole. Thank you, Eileen. Love that. Couple of fans out there. Now we got some definition. That looks like high cloud. You can just see the corner of Arcadia Ridge poking through the cloud in the bottom right-hand corner of the picture. That suggests that we got a little bit of a pocket here. You can almost see the bottom of the pipe. That's looking down. Tiny bit of cloud just hanging around down at the bottom. You can see the blue lines being sprayed onto the coping as well.
Pretty impressive job what the painters do in a half pipe.
It's so much harder than it looks.
Yeah, I can imagine.
How do you know? Have you got any good skier jokes?
Well, give me a minute to think.
I've got a couple.
I didn't come prepared. Have you?
Yeah, I've got a couple.
Can I hear one?
How do you know when a skier can ski a double black diamond run?
I don't know.
Don't worry, he'll tell you.
Valid point.
My dad joke. How many tries does it take a street skier to screw in a light bulb? No, I've told that joke wrong. I've literally ruined it before we even started. The joke is actually, how many street skiers does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1, but it will take him 26 tries. Yeah. It's actually even potentially mildly funnier now that I've got it wrong. Look at this craftsmanship. Who is that? I want a positive ID on this artwork. Looking at the pipe equivalent of the Sistine Chapel here. Doing a good job side slipping as well. Look at that perfect ridge he's leaving. That was majestic. You know that you've been on hold quite a long time when you're critiquing the work of the blue sprayers. So just making sure he's got that coping nicely lined up there. Gives the athletes some definition when the light drops out. That is Henry from the events crew at Cardrona. None
we
other
have a
than
positive ID.
We do have a positive ID. I got my spies out in the field. Doing a great job. Coach life, hashtag. Misha Thomas down there. I think she was bronze in slopestyle junior world champs last year. It's a very Parisian look, the white puffer jacket.
Definitely. You've got to be brave to wear one of those.
Look at this. Not
Blue
as brave
sky
as you have
poking
for
through.
white pants.
Or the full combo.
All white. It's basically coffee's outlawed when you're wearing all white, isn't it? The dangers. Right. I'm pretty sure Kelly Sildara is pulling on the mitts. We're going to see the last skier down in first runs of women's qualification here. That looked like a little bit of a sigh, didn't it?
I mean, I hate start gate at the best of times, let alone waiting actually in the drop-in.
What do you do in that situation? How do you distract yourself?
I had a phase this northern hemisphere of juggling in the start gate. Good way of keeping my mind off the task at hand. But and I also became fairly competent at juggling, which was a bonus.
How many balls?
I'm only up to. I'm still capped at 3, but I'm learning tricks as I go.
My brother got up to 5 at one stage. That was pretty impressive. He had such quick hands.
Definitely.
Look at that. I might have to go out and do a jacket swap with that kid. Chill white with a pink ombre fade. That was legit.
Eloquently described.
If I wasn't commentating on pipe skiing, I would 100% be a fashion commentator. I'd love to do runway fashion. I think it'd be unbelievable. And they don't do it. I think it's so much about the show. I think it's the thing fashion is missing, is commentary. If you had someone who knew what they were doing, and I'm not saying I know what I'm doing, but I know what I like.
Yeah.
That's all you can do, really, Tom.
Speak your mind.
Yeah. That I'm not afraid to do. Love the sound of my own voice. Verbal diarrhea. I can talk for hours. Okay, little glint of the park crew there, raking up at the top. Clouds still frustratingly hanging around. We've got some blue directly above us, but there's just a little bit of humidity sat at the bottom of the pipe that's blocking out that judge's view.
That's not a very nice
That is
thing.
the trench cam from down at the bottom. Difficult to imagine that less than 60 metres of vertical can create that much of a difference in visibility, but that is what we're dealing with at the moment. That's the top of the pipe, and you've just seen the bottom. It's proper. If you're English, you know that as a pea super. That is essentially, I'm not going to call that cloud anymore, I'm going to call that fog. Because it is so thick. Okay, predictions. We've still got second runs to go here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that because Cassie Sharp is running after Eileen Gu, I think Eileen will have seen the 10 from Cassie Sharp.
Yeah.
Do you think she'll put her foot down because of that?
You'd hope so. I know Eileen's got both way flat 5s in her arsenal. Where she'll fit it in, I'm not sure. But, you've got to be somewhat nervous about someone throwing a cork 10 in a competition who's dropping directly after you, nearly enough.
Yeah, and the key thing to remember is that Eileen got bitten. Her perfect season was stolen from her by a qualifying where she came second. It was a qualifying result that actually became the final result. She'll have that in the back of her mind.
Definitely.
If for any reason this doesn't, and we don't have a final here over the weekend, then the result will stand here. So I think this could, and all of the coaches, all of the most experienced competitors will know that. And I think we could see some interesting second runs here.
For sure. I'm definitely hoping Cassie Sharp can land the 10. That would be really cool to see.
Yeah. Well,
we know Zoe can tidy up the run that she landed on the first run, so
yeah,
that would
she's
bump
got
her
somewhere
off.
to go, hasn't she? And I think we're yet to see it. Oh, we can see the bottom of the pipe. We might have enough here. The interesting part of this is that we are in a race against time with the sun, as well as temperatures heat up. Then that sunny side, the left-hand side of your picture in the pipe, starts to soften up. And while the rest of us love soft snow, pipe riders and Alpine skiers love ice. They can drive hard off it. So after a long wait, Kelly Sildara of Estonia, the last rider to drop in women's qualifying, is going to get her shot at the pipe. What's she got?
Renowned for being super consistent in slopestyle and half pipe, so you'd expect to see that here. Right 5 mute on the first wall, into the left 5 tail. Really nice grabs on both of those opening tricks. And again with the alley-oop 180 with the tail grab. Reversing with the right side alley-oop 180 lead tail, right down the pipe 720, into a switch left 5 safety grab. Incredibly tidy, wasn't it?
She milked that pipe for tricks as well. I think she gets full 6 tricks out of that.
I think so, yeah, yeah.
So big, like huge trick number, but you know, with the judges, whenever they see 6 tricks, they'll be thinking, was the amplitude there? So,
I mean, the 5s at the top weren't as high as the likes of Zoe's, but you know, you've got to commend how clean the entire run was, especially after waiting for 15 minutes at the top.
Yes, definitely. Just whether it's physical strength, it's also mental strength. To just shake off that weight and go, yeah, I'm ready, I go. When I'm here, I'm going. So waiting on that score from Kelly Sildaru.
How's your prediction on this? I want to say she will go into 2nd place.
Do you?
I want to.
You think?
Oh,
I think more. I think
away.
more down around 4th or 5th for me at the moment.
6th place for Kelly Sildaru.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe picking up on the amplitude.
So the 8th spot bubble is now a 78.75. Svea Irving on a 77.75. Zhu Xiu in 10th. You look down here, Cassie Sharp in 20th. She's got a 10 on her hands, so she can go berserk here. We've got the window, so we're going straight out there. That's Amy Fraser. They're not hanging around. They want to get straight back into this.
Right cork 9 at the bottom there. Very clean.
So the judges will have had the trench cam there. Very difficult on the Viz. So starters cranking those skiers out at the top. As we come back round to Amy Fraser and Dylan Glennie, next skier to drop in bib number 6. Kind of get the feeling with Dylan Glennie, 24 years old out of Vancouver, that she's starting to reach the peak of her powers. But then you see Cassie Sharp at 31, Alex Ferreira at 30. Pipe riding's one of those sports that if you're prepared to put the work in, you can just keep going, can't you? And you avoid injury, I think is probably the big thing. So 2 5th places in the 24 season. She's got big runs in her. Won the Continental Cup here in 2019 as well. So Amy Fraser did not improve on that first run score. It's her 83.5 that will stand at the moment. Yeah, frustrating wait in between these weather windows. But this is the nature of the game. You can see the cloud just swirling back in at the bottom of the pipe there.
What song would you be listening to at this point if you were in that position?
I want something really quite mellow at that point, but I'd have Slayer, Rain in Blood lined up. So the moment the coach gives you the nod, you're just like, and you could just, yeah. So you need, you have something that keeps you calm, and then you have something that just...
That tells you it's go time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you need. What about you?
Probably Shania Twain. It's been on my riding lit playlist recently.
What's Shania song?
When is my current favourite.
Oh, I don't know if I know that.
It's a good one.
I thought you were going to go with That Don't Impress Me Much. Like a bit of a kind of smack-talking song.
Yeah, or Man, I Feel Like a Woman would also be a good one.
Yes. You know that she used to live around here?
I've heard she got a house here.
Well, her and Mutt Lang, the very famous country music producer, bought a gigantic, one of the most beautiful pieces of land down here, and then they split, and Mutt Lang got the house. So Shania was out, but
It's unfortunate for Shania.
well, it's a big loss to the Wanaka Township. Like, Shania was like, you get secret gigs in the pub. I don't know actually if that's true, but I like to think it is. Like once upon a time, I bet it happened once. Like Shania turned up in the pub and everyone's like, "Sing us a song." Be well into that. Imagine getting like an a cappella. That don't impress me. But I shouldn't sing it just in case we get done for music rights. That doesn't impress us much. We weren't singing. Okay, Eileen Gu, there's our leaderboard at the moment, leads us out ahead of Rachel Carker. Had that sneaky little 87.75, very, very clean run at the end of the first run. Zoe Atkin, I think probably the biggest two hits we've seen so far, working hard to carry her into third place. Amy Fraser, we've just seen her, didn't improve second run. And at the moment, you get the feeling that these second runs may not improve with such a big weight. But if we can get some momentum, get this comp rolling for 8, 10, 15 runs in a row, then we might get some energy back into it. Kim Daeun in 5th place. Very, very tight there between Kelly Silderow and Zoe Atkin in 3rd. You can imagine few people changing up there. Jan Kexin in 7th, Riley Jacobs in 8th. Svea Irving knows she's got some work to do to climb back into those final spots.
1 point between her and the bubble spot, so...
Yeah, I'm convinced. I don't think Riley Jacobs is safe. I think we're going to see Cassie Sharp move up. And I think
For sure.
Svea Irving has a big improvement to make as well. So, yeah, that cloud just sticking like glue. It's like candy floss. You ever seen candy floss being made?
No, I haven't, no.
Haven't?
No.
It's amazing. They blow hot air into like this big drum, and then they put tiny granules of sugar, like not icing sugar, but what's it, caster sugar,
Right.
in, and then that sugar kind of just melts in the hot air and starts to create that wispy wool. Just stick a stick in and
To
you
watch.
wind it round. It's, oh, I tell you, you could lose hours on YouTube watching candy floss being made. Okay, coach is up there, starting to get a little bit restless. I love this. But if you're the captain of the ship now, which Richie Date is, he's starting to get a little bit worried because you can sense some mutiny.
He's got a tough job on his hands.
Yeah. Luckily, he's not at sea and no one's got scurvy. No one's going to get thrown overboard just yet. But this is the scene at the bottom of the pipe. In the foreground there, with his helmet off, his hat off, soaking up all of the plaudits from his performance in the second of the men's qualifying rounds, is Finlay Melville Ives. First place. And if for any reason this comp doesn't go ahead, Finlay Melville Ives will take his first ever World Cup victory. Be pretty excited about that one. But a lot of people, a lot of smiles down there still. A lot of good vibes. No one watching the live stream, so we can't get any shouts out. If you are watching the live stream down there and you can hear us, give us a wave. That's the view from the top looking down. Just need a tiny bit more clarity. Little bit of break up in that cloud. And we'll be there. Who's your favourite? Right, we're going to start the classic weather hold conversation. Favourite skier of all time?
Oh. See, growing up, I was a Dumont fan. But now, there's too many skiers now.
What did you love about your skiing?
I was just... I never considered myself a half-pipe skier. But just seeing the projects he would be able to pull off, like the cubed pipe and stuff, that stuff is no one would dream of doing now, let alone doing it 10 years ago or however long it was.
I remember when the first, maybe it was second generation of pipe skiers came through with Dumont and Kevin Rolland.
Yeah.
The amplitude, like as a snowboarder, it blew my mind how much purchase those skiers got. Okay, that was it. You pull out the cliche chat and we get a window. Dylan Glennie out of Canada drops in.
Right cork 5 mute to start there. And a flare, just reaching for the tail again. Similar problem as she had on run 1. Right 7.
It's
down the
super
pipe.
smooth.
Into the switch. Right 5.
Okay.
Currently sat on a 51.
It's a little bit pedestrian from her. It's almost like she throttled back to get that score down.
A little bit, yeah. And a few just technical issues on the grabs that the judges might pick up on.
Svea Irving is next skier up. We'll see where that score comes in for Dylan Glennie. But Svea Irving under pressure now.
1 point between her and the current 8th place Riley Jacobs.
Yeah, she's got to improve. She knows if she wants finals, she's got to improve here. She's had the same way. Yes, she hasn't been probably clipped in. She's been able to run around, walk. She's not been under the spotlight, just sat there waiting to go. But I want to get that Dylan Glennie score out pretty quickly. It's come in. Big improvement. Dylan Glennie moves into 8th place, 79.25. She pushes Riley Jacobs out. Svea Irving now in 10th place. Not that she'll know it, stood in the start gate, but a lot of work for Svea Irving. And you saw it there. She got told she could go, and she just shook her head. No, no, no.
If you were in Svea's position, would you want to know you've just been bumped down 1 spot? Or how would your mindset be going into this next run?
At this level, the only kind of competition I did at this level was free riding. Did the King of the Hill in Alaska. And you get dropped off by helicopter on top of a mountain, you don't know anything. And I really enjoyed that aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because you were removed from everything. Going into your zone, and we said it earlier, I think for a lot of people, knowing that it's just you. Wait a second, and she pulled out the phone to check out live timing.
Maybe.
She might
or
be on
changing the
FIS app.
song.
Okay, if she's changing the song, I reckon I'd be going to the clap song.
The clap song?
Yeah.
Not sure. I've never heard it.
Clap, clap, clap your hands. Do the right thing now. On your right partner's hand. Clap, clap. It's a really weird song, the clap song, because it's kind of like it sounds like a kid's dance, but
Right.
It ends up talking about killing monkeys. Yeah, it's really weird.
I've got some homework to do after this. Watch
Yep.
some candy floss making and listen to the clap song.
Yeah. I've got to say, Tom, I've been really impressed with some of the song choices on the edits this winter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Deep musical taste. Well worth checking out Tom Greenway's social channels to go and get some music ideas. Back on an official hold. So we can go back to the ski chat.
Well, I'll fire the question straight back at you and ask skier or snowboarder.
It's pretty simple for me. I've watched him since he was 13 at the Quick Cup. He used to come and barge the course when it was snowboarders, skaters and surfers trying to get down at the Quick Cup. Candide Tovex.
Yeah. Good choice.
Just outrageous. Anywhere, anything. Like, there's a lot of different styles, but it also, like, I love the fact, as a man who's got very few tricks apart from a backflip, I love the fact that Candide's almost built an entire career out of a double backy
Yeah.
and a
for
cork
sure.
7. Like,
Although-
I know he had a lot more, but it's beautiful.
Watching him ski Le Balm in Le Clusaz.
Have you seen it? It's seen him in the flesh.
Seen him in the flesh. It was like
Tommy, that's gold dust.
mystical creature riding as you're going up a chairlift, white jacket, back lava, and he's the only person jumping, 40, 50 feet off all these natural side hits he's come to learn over the years. It's like pretty insane.
And I mean, his control in, like, so many of those edits you watch, and it's like Arthur Longo. It's tangible conditions. They're not waiting for perfect days. Candide's out there in crud and chop, skiing the fastest you've ever seen anyone ski. A friend of mine went up to Alaska with Candide one year, and he said, like, they were looking at stuff, and they were all looking at these, and they said it's so hard visual inspection in Alaska because you're so far away. It's impossible to find scale. And Candide was looking at they were looking at it, and he'd been up there a couple of times before, and he was like, yeah, Candy, do you know that's like 15, 20 metres, some of those hits? He's like, yeah, I'll do it. So he went up there, just sevens off 15, 20 metre cliffs. Once he set his mind to it, it's just away. Yeah, so that would be mine. But then there's such an exciting young generation coming through at the moment. I got to see Ferdy Dahl ski a lot in the flesh here last year, and that was a real treat. Really, really lovely.
Every skier's favourite skier, I think, is Ferdinand Dahl.
And it's so unusual to have such a tall skier like come through. Like usually almost all action sports, I don't care what it is, skateboarding, snowboarding, like it's really hard skiing when you're big to make it look good. But
for sure.
He does a really, really good job. Okay, this weather really isn't going anywhere. What about female skiers?
Favourite female skiers?
Yep.
I really, really like Annie Carava. She's brilliant. She's really, really sick. The street skiing she's been releasing recently, her style in a slope comp is really, really fun to watch.
Yeah.
Would say.
I love, one of my favourites is Elizabeth Gerritsen, the Freeride World Tour skier.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute powerhouse.
Yeah. Or Manon is actually, I wasn't even thinking about Park. Freeride, I was just thinking Park, but Manon Loshi.
Yeah.
Really, really good to watch.
She's so small. I met her in an airport up in Aura ahead of Unrealistic.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I couldn't believe that such a monster on skis was so kind of small and unassuming in the flesh. It's so funny, isn't it, when you see people like that, and when you see them on screen, you see what they're capable of. You build them up in your mind. But okay, this cloud really not playing the game today. And you can have a look. I'm going to bust out the Windy app.
We've got someone on FaceTime. Who have we got on FaceTime? Can we figure that out?
We're going to need better screen view than that.
Svea talking to her brother, I think.
Yeah, that would make sense. He's like, send it. Do it. Right.
Words of wisdom from Burke, who qualified. Was it third or fourth?
Third.
Third.
Okay. Oh, I found it. I've got a layer here on my weather app that gives me clouds, so we can get into this. Ooh, that is painful. It is right on the edge of us. It is so close. I was going to say that's us here. I was going to show it to you, but unfortunately we don't have pictures of that. But there's a bank of cloud just behind the hill here, and you can see up at the top we're looking at clear blue skies. Underneath, unfortunately, down low, we're just sucking that fog up the valley. We've got a very esteemed guest poking his head through the door at the moment. You can remove your head if you don't want to make any comments. It's Richie Day, chief of course, or rather chief of contest, sticking his head in. Up at the top of the pipe, the cloud is spectacular. Bottom of the pipe is quite foggy. So here's Richie's intel. Look at that. If it can just drift away. The one time you want a little bit of wind, although it does mean that the air does swirl a little bit at the bottom of this pipe. They did such a good job getting this pipe together in a very short amount of time. There's pre-built walls underneath this, so earthworks that create the stunt ditch, and then they just build it up. They've got lasers that they use. They just cut those walls absolutely dead straight. It's, even though you've got so much machinery and laser, though, it is still such an art form cutting a pipe, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think it's one of the things. Like, you look at Cardrona, and it's not a gigantic resort, but the park here is one of the best in the world.
Oh, absolutely.
And they invest so much. So you got this super pipe here. Right next door to this, you've got the mini pipe, end of the season mini pipe world champs. It's one of my favourite things. So mini pipe world champs is supposed to be a snowball contest.
Yeah.
But watching skiers poach it is just, it's fantastic. It's one of the best pieces of sport around. The jump line, big bucks. You spend a lot of time in there.
I do, yeah.
It's perfect, isn't it?
It's brilliant. Yeah, it's like, especially now after the World Cup, following the Snowboard World Cup, being able to hit that course, it's really, really well built. You know, flows really nicely. The rail setups can look quite intimidating, but rides really, really well.
I always like the jump line, especially. You know that if you land in the sweet spot, there's no speed checks.
Yeah.
Don't need to, unless it's really windy. But if it's good conditions, you just sweet spot, point it, sweet spot, point it, and it like even for me, I'm not super confident on massive jumps anymore. But on the good days, you know, you're just like, okay, no, I just don't speed check. I just launch this, and we'll be there.
And worth mentioning the Big Air opening 2 days ago.
Oh, that thing does give me the willies.
Yeah.
It's
first hit on the Big Air of the season is probably the scariest moment of the season, I think.
Have you hit it?
I have. It's nice. It's really nice. I actually did it it didn't really suppress the nerves very well during the ANC contest. In between practice and my first run, wanted to go and get a sneak peek at the Big Air.
That's kind of a good thing, though.
Yeah.
Because what's the biggest knuckle? Oh, wait a second. Here we go. Svea Irving was up so quickly then. I love how relaxed she is about this. Just starting to run through. Hopefully she's managed to stay warm. So Svea, let's take a look at those scores. Currently on a 77.75. She needs a 79.25 to qualify. I actually think, though, that Jean Kexin in 7th place is on the 80. So there's a log jam there. Then we've got Kelly Silderu on an 80.75. I think you're going to need an 81 to feel at all safe. Forerunner in. I think that's Tommy Pyatt forerunning. Yes, Tommy. I mean, that is the meanest thing in the world, isn't it? Sending someone down in a white suit as a forerunner. Judges, can you see this?
Well, if they can see a guy in all white, then everyone else should be fine.
Yeah. Oh, it's not Tommy Pyatt, it's Chinese coach. Okay. So, Svea Irving, you can see we've got clear viz down to the bottom of the pipe there. So, I feel like yelling into the mic. Anyone who's been drifting off, watching YouTube, got stuck into some other tasks, come back! Svea Irving's dropping in with intent and purpose as well. She wants this.
Nice flat 5 on the first hit. Left 9 with a safety grab. Into the right 7 with the inside safety grab. Switch left 3.
Little double tap at that grab, but...
Right 5 with the inside safety again. And finishing off with that double grab that she did in the first one too.
Good form.
Execution has definitely improved.
Yeah. There's a couple of tiny little errors in there, but... I mean, there were small issues. And I think on the judging scale that we've seen, that's going to be a big improvement for Svea Irving. Eileen Gu needs to do absolutely nothing here. She could snowplow down the middle of the pipe, and she's pretty much guaranteed a final spot on the strength of the 92 she banked in her first run. Still waiting for that score from Svea Irving, though.
The likelihood of her going down and doing a straight air is almost 0 to none. Her mindset towards this competition is... cutthroat.
I don't know, she might have been inspired by Nico Porteous this morning. She'll go down there and surf the walls. Still waiting on that Svea Irving score. Judges taking their time on this one.
We'll see if this 10 from Cassie Sharp is playing into Eileen's head.
Yes, that's it, isn't it? She wants that first place here. Score comes in 82.5. Svea Irving moves into 5th place. That means Eileen Gu can drop. So... Jean Kexin now on the bubble. Dylan Glennie's position, potentially in the finals, was short-lived. She's down to 9th straight away. Disappointment for her. But Eileen Gu, we talked about the fact that Cassie Sharp could steal that top spot off her with a 1080. So how will she respond?
The classic Dove's seatbelt in the right side 9, followed up by the left side 9, Japan.
So 9977 would be a repeat of the first run. And it is so far. Is she going to mix it up down at the bottom here?
Huge alley-oop flat 5.
Oh, and it was perfect execution. Landed immaculately at the top of the transition. She gets a round of applause down there.
Straight in with a 95.5.
That is big.
Big score.
So Eileen Gu cementing that top spot as Li Fanghui currently on an 80. Sorry, 80 is what she's looking for. Currently on an 11.5. Lovely.
Mute grab at the top into a switch right 5.
Love that first hit.
Into the switch left 7. And then back to back. Oh, right 5 into left 7. Just touching her hand and losing it.
Guy getting just smoked in the crud and the chunder at the bottom of that pipe coming through switch. Eileen sprinting up to her. You can see how soft that snow is. Actually, it's a little bit soft down on the flat there, but a little bit more purchase as she came up the pipe. Medic straight in. Good to see Lee up on her feet, though. Oh, disappointment there for Li Fanghui. Really powerful rider. Got some great results under her belt, but it's a double fault here in qualifying. Meanwhile, Zhang Kexin is on the bubble in 8th position. She is qualified, but she'll know better than anyone that Cassie Sharp's ready and waiting to steal that spot off her, as are any number of other very talented pipe skiers who are waiting to drop. So starting to build a little bit of energy up again after that long hold period. Got good visibility top to bottom. And the skiers getting to flash through here. So you can see Eileen Gu, big gap there over Rachel Karka, 95.5, whopping great score. You can see Kelly Silderow on that 80.75. She's still not safe. Zhang Kexin, who is about to drop on 80. Dylan Glennie's already gone. She's not going to have any further say. Riley Jacobs and Zhu Xiyu could, though. Right now, though, Zhang Kexin in the pipe.
Nice right 7 with a blunt grab to start.
Good amplitude as well.
And holding it through the switch 5 as well. And the switch right 7.
A little redirect there, and she did that on her first run as well. Don't want to see edge changes in the flat bottom as a judge.
Really impressive to maintain the amplitude though throughout.
Yeah, at a good bit of height. Okay, so
how much is that bobble going to cost?
Yeah, I feel like in terms of form, it's a big red flag there. So back up at the top. It's going to be Piper Arnold, a 17-year-old out of Sierra at Tahoe. Resort got burned out a couple of years ago in the summer, but they've cleared it out. They've got a lot of open bowl skiing now. Love the way she loosens up before she drops in.
Left 7 to kick us off. Switch right 3. Just travelling a bit far.
Looking for that amplitude. Needs to build it up a little bit here. Get some energy.
Finds it back on the mute grab. And a right 7 to finish.
Okay. So Piper Arnold on a 56.5. And there is, it feels like a big gap in the scores at the moment. Dylan Glennie on a 79.25 in 9th. Riley Jacobs on a 78.75 in 10th. And then the scores drop 13 points down to Zhu Xiyu in 11th. and Piper Arnold on a 58.25 in 12th. So big gap there. Sabrina Kakmakli currently on a 55. She's going to have to find 25 points out of this run. And it was a steady run first time, but she needs to really push if she wants a spot in the finals. Only the top 8 out of these 23 skiers is going through. So, ready to drop. Sabrina out of Garmisch-Partenkirchen. Angles the skis in there. Struggled a bit through the flats.
Just doing some straight airs on this run.
Yeah.
Maybe she's not super comfortable in the pipe at the moment.
No, I don't think so. So lays this one down to experience, decided not to push on that second run. So she'll stand on that first run score, which is currently 13th place. A couple of good skiers behind her, though, who could change things up.
Zoe Atkin about to drop.
So
Currently qualified, but definitely is room for improvement in the execution aspect of the run.
yeah, there's not much room for improvement in terms of amplitude.
Definitely not.
She was on the ceiling in that first run.
Especially this first hit. Keep an eye out.
Jean Kexin has leapfrogged her into third, though, so... Boom, right
Sliding
up
the
there.
hand up right to the tip on the mute grab as well.
Lovely 7. Maybe not quite as big as that first run, but the execution all in place. Nothing. Not a hair out of place so far.
Alley-oop 3. Into the switch right 3. Very clean.
Super, super clean. The amplitude. Oh, and a little smile there. She lets herself enjoy that one. So DNI did not improve, comes in straight away on that second run score. So I think the amplitude, the pipe softening up, potentially further down on that right-hand wall, stole a bit of the amplitude from Zoe Atkins. So she'll stay in 4th position. Now it's the turn of Riley Jacobs out of Vale. Got him right at the top of the transition
Taking some
there.
pace into the right 9. And the left 7 holding on after a slightly backseat landing. Switch right 3. Into the left 5. Staying composed for the right 7 at the end. That was nice.
So Riley Jacobs in 10th at the moment. Only needs 2 points. If she can improve by 2 points, then there's a final spot there. But the score comes in, did not improve. So now it's the turn of Sylvia Trotter. Won the ANC back here in 2022 in halfpipe. Has progressed so quickly in the last couple of years. Done a lot of work on the trampoline as well. Just building that spatial awareness. Traditionally, slope and big air rider, but come out here to give pipe a go.
Into the left 5 on the first hit.
Good amplitude there.
Right 3 into switch left 3. Just struggling to find the grabs a little bit.
Yeah.
Judges will be picking up on that.
Well, she's the amplitude as well. She's got a bit there. She just needs a tiny bit more power. That was a touch higher.
Oh, and the 9. Trying squeaking the 9 round at the end there.
Yeah. Actually, I think it helped how soft that wall was. And she's super stoked with that. Look at her.
That'll be a really good feeling, landing the 9 at the end of that run.
Well, it's a trick that she's obviously wanted to land. Super stoked for Sylvia. You could see her so animated at the bottom there. Meanwhile, back up at the top, Cassie Sharp all the pressure is on, and she will have been watching that right-hand wall so carefully. She wants to try and get the purchase out of that slush for a 1080. Sylvia,
Are we going to see her land the 1080 and bump Kelly out of finals?
Yes.
Provisionally.
That's, yeah, both of these two still to go, but Cassie, she's got to find some speed here.
Big right 9, clean on the landing.
Yes, right at the top of the transition.
Whiffing the grab a little bit on the left 9, but right 7, getting a little bit hung up again.
But it's still a super strong run. Playing it safe there. Now, is this a 7 or a 10?
And no!
Oh, should we gutted about that? She had it. It was right there at her fingertips.
It looked like she was going down, and she kept on her feet, and then it looked like she was going down again, and then that snow snake edge catch just caught her off guard.
Oh, and she's really upset about that. You know how much that means to her. Oh, absolutely gutted for Cassie Sharp, but I love the fact that she didn't compromise at any stage and come back and say, oh, 7 will get me in.
Definitely, all guns blazing.
Nanaho Kiriyama of Japan dropping in. Sets up for that right 5, left 5, sorry. Oh, there's something, it's really interesting. So often you see it, especially with, it's such a modular learning process in Japanese pipe riding. You learn those tricks. You have 540s, back-to-back 540s, back-to-back 720s, and you learn that. So you start straight air, 540s, 720s, and as you get better, you move those tricks up the pipe. So she's got those back-to-back 5s, but the 7's not quite coming off for Nanaho Kiriyama. Next in, Yang Yoo-jin of South Korea. And as we saw in the men's, Lee Seung-hun, such a dominant force to be reckoned with. And the 23-year-old.
Dropping in switch. 5. Not many people are dropping in switch.
Oh, lost all of her speed there. Built it back up. Burned a lot of vertical in the pipe, but she's got a bit of speed back.
Very tidy flare. And managing to squeak the 9 around.
That was the spot. Oh!
Whoa!
Absolutely brutal. Oh! Yang Yoo-jin just getting smashed, pile driven into the floor there. Just that little ridge on the way out. So this is what the top 10 look like at the moment. Kelly Sildaru survives that challenge from Cassie Sharp to hold on to the top 8 spot. Kim Daeun in 7th, Svea Irving 6th, Amy Fraser in 5th, Zoe Atkin 4th, Zhang Kixin in 3rd, Rachel Carker in 2nd, and Eileen Gu in 1st. And we're looking at the level of skill we've still got to come, and there's not too much movement. Rachel Carker could push a little bit. Whether she's got a 95-point run remains to be seen. But Kelly Sildaru, Kim Daeun, the last 2 skiers to drop into this pipe could definitely have a say in what the final 8 look like. But now that Cassie Sharp's gone, I'm not sure we're going to see that top 8 change too much, Tom.
I don't think so, no. I think Kelly will want to definitely bump herself higher up in the ranking with knowing that finals might have losing my knowing that finals might get cancelled.
There you go, you got there in the end. Okay, I think, yeah, there's definitely a bit of work to do there, but we've got we talked about this step in the score between 10th and 12th. 10th is a 78.75, 12th is a 58.25. So behind that, there's this, I think Zhu Xiyu, who we're about to see drop in, has got something here. She's got a 65.5, but that was a landed run. So whether she can push and find 15 points out of this, I don't think she can. But
Right 7 at the top into the switch 5.
So got the tech covered up top.
and the variety in direction as well, but just can't hold on to the left 7.
Oh, and that is 4 skiers in a row now that we've seen go down. So just picking herself up slowly there. We saw they've had the slip crew through, trying to make sure there's this little soft snow getting peeled off the walls and sitting down in the flat bottom. It's always one of the big issues in a half pipe. It's almost on days like this where you've got quite warm temperatures, a little bit of sun, the pipe's almost like a living thing. It's changing for every run. And when you've got these big weather holds for cloud, it means that the pipe's in totally, it's a completely different pipe almost.
Definitely.
So Rachel Carker suddenly finds herself in second place behind Eileen Gu. She doesn't need to do anything here, but she's going to wind up.
Both way 9s at the top.
Lovely strong start.
The right side flare into the left side cork 7. Really like that trick. And switch 3 at the end.
So Rachel Carker did not improve on her score, so she'll stay there. I think Eileen Gu will be starting to feel like she's got the top spot locked out as Emma Morozumi of Canada makes her way out to start. She did her first ever Continental Cups down here in 2019. Had a couple of strong NORAM wins as well from the last 2 winters. And she's certainly got the potential for World Cup finals. She had 3 top 10s in the 2024 season, so there's a bit of pedigree there if she can dig deep.
A little bit of afterbang there on the right 5.
The tricks are here. There's just a little bit of amplitude lacking. Like all the foundations there. Tell you what, after what she's just seen, skiing head up the hill, switch into that bottom end. It's good to see her courageously doing that. So Emma Morozumi, she will not improve her score. Now it's the turn of Zoe Van Essen at her very first World Cup. Currently on a 39.25. So 540 up top, into that 360.
Switch left 3, just becoming a little bit problematic. It does seem like this skier's right-hand wall is getting pretty tricky to navigate.
Yeah, it's got as much in common with the right-hand point break as it does icy half-pipe at the moment. So, hailing from Cambridge on the North Island of New Zealand, super dedicated pipe rider, Anya Barra. She knows this pipe so well. Came really close to making World Cup final in Calgary in 2024 at the last World Cup of the season. She'll have one eye on that here.
You saw her just lose that little bit of amplitude on the right 5.
Yeah, cutting really hard. But that slush potentially stealing so much momentum. So, just boosting into that switch 3.
And it's Heartbreak Hotel for a lot of competitors out there on the last hit.
Yeah, really, really difficult. That soft snow just hooking up. Yeah, weight distribution wasn't quite right on that last check, and she was over the noses when she came out switch. Popped to ski, and it's over for Anya. Won't improve on that second run score. Now, Wu Yutong of China, currently on a 7.5. First run did not go her way, so she'll be looking for an improvement now.
Japan grab to start. Down the pipe 360. Into a switch right 5.
That's nice.
And switch left 5.
Talked about that reflection.
Nice mute grab on the switch right 3, and she's happy with that one.
With a mirrored reflection and a record collection, I'll be dancing with myself. She was. She's slaying it out there. I'd put that'd be one of my psych up songs. Billy Idol, Dancing with Myself.
Good selection.
Oh, it'd be strong. So
we're confirmed the 8 finalists now. Kelly Sildaru on the bubble spot.
Just 2 skiers left to go, and they are already in the top spot. So Wu Yutong still waiting on her score, but it's not going to trouble the top 8. Then Kim Daeun of South Korea, just about to drop. And the coaches will be stoked there. They know they've got a finals berth for Kim Daeun. Whether she can push up a little bit, just improve on this result. And see if the pipe will let up. She only needs to improve by 3/4 of a point to take 6th.
Nice down the pipe 7, just couldn't hold on to it.
It was really big, wasn't it?
It was really big, and a nice tail grab in there as well.
It was kind of in the Zoe Atkin realm.
Definitely.
Like easily double overhead.
And to drop that to switch as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
Scary.
I think it probably would have outscored, if you were looking at it trick by trick, it probably would have outscored Eileen on that first hit. Okay, final skier to drop in now. Kelly Sildaru of Estonia. Currently sat on the bubble spot, so she knows she's got a place in the finals, but she'll want to creep up those standings. Where can she take this run?
Right 5, out the gate. Into the left 5 lead tail. Her grabs are incredibly refined.
Yeah, she looks like she's doing pick and mix, doesn't she? Not grabbing skis 8 foot out of an icy pipe. Or in this
Right,
case,
7.
a slushy one. Sorry.
Into the switch 7.
So I think that it could push a little bit. It was definitely a bit cleaner and a bit bigger. So 7th place is just a single point. 2 points will put her in 6th. She can get 3 points. It's 5th. Then it's a big jump, 5 points up to 85.25. I don't think she'll go in front of Zoe Atkin in 4th.
No.
But a little push up potentially. No,
Staying in 8th.
81.25. So those are your finalists. Eileen Gu, Rachel Carker, Zhang Kexin, Zoe Atkin, Amy Fraser, Svea Irving, Kim Daeun, and Kelly Sildaru. Ooh, that was, for a moment, it was hit and miss as to whether we were going to get away with that. But really strong showing. The Canadian Dylan Glennie just missing out with her second run on the top 8. Heartbreak for Cassie Sharp down at the bottom there. Sylvia Trotter and Anya Barrow on home snow, not able to get their runs down, but Sylvia Trotter with that big 9 to finish. She will be over the moon. Eileen Gu watching that, and I imagine she has a sense of satisfaction in a day of job well done. Okay, thank you all of you who stayed with us through that weather hold. We hope you enjoyed it. Tom, thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Ed.
Absolute pleasure. And we'll see you for finals either tomorrow or Sunday.